45 seconds. $30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Abortions, women I've had sex with, and would I have coitus with Linda Hogan? I mean, listen, you got to. You almost got to just to see what type of hand, what kind of hand she is.
Yeah.
But she's a hell of a hand. I mean, having Hogan blast her for 30 years, right?
Yeah.
Think you could feel the sides? Think it's Wallard?
Oh, no, yeah. For you could feel the sides.
Well, I mean, don't act like I'm that large. I'm not large.
Oh. Wow.
You're listening
to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network
To the Bubba the Love Sponge show, Thursday, November 2, 2023. Our guest today, well, no, he's not a guest. He's a co-host.
He's a regular guest.
It's been a while since I've been in here, so good to be back.
It is good for you to be back. Different. I know when I'm getting ready to take a shower and everything, I'm trying to like, Will Wilson T-shirt, Will Hall of Fame, $25. Let me on the Cash App a little bit ahead of you, buddy.
Yep.
You look a little off today, bud. Is everything okay?
Well, you told me you wanted me to die when I walked in, so and I was just trying to get my stuff set up.
I didn't tell you I wanted you to die. I said if you scrape the newly painted door with your backpack, as nothing gets by me, Lummy. Nothing, no sound, nothing.
I meant when you said you wish the plane would have hit me.
What do you mean? Oh, okay. Earlier this morning, Lummy comes in like, I have very limited time to talk about very important stuff. Mostly about the show, what we're doing, and things like that. And then Lummy's, he comes in here, and rather than to have some type of revelation about the program, he goes, I just want to let you know the plane was going, there was a plane that just landed. It was very low.
Well, Macho was actually talking about it.
I don't know how it got to you, but Macho didn't tell that to me. You told that to me.
Well, I was telling Macho.
And I said, I wish it would have hit you.
Oh, well, Macho was talking about how low the plane was, and I said, yeah, that was really low.
I was impressed by the bass, the rumble.
All right, that's great.
I'm sorry.
It's great. A lot of things we need to be worried about, except how low planes are coming in on the glide slope with the backup runway, Willie.
Yeah.
Anyway, Brian's here today, and as I was getting ready for the show, I'm like, oh, good, we'll have the little snowflake in today, and he can tell us we got a lot of stuff to talk about that he probably has an opinion on. So, welcome, Brian Matroni.
Hello.
And your Brian Matroni inspired Bubba Army golf shirt. I mean, is it holding up okay? Is it
holding up okay?
Is.
This thing's so comfortable. It's versatile.
Have you worn it?
It's probably the greatest piece of Bubba Army merch ever produced.
Wow.
I don't know about that.
Did you have to do a second run on those Planet Dan shirts, or was it just one and done? Because you had to do a second run on the Babyface inspired polo, right?
Yeah, and we had to do a second. I'll tell you what, I think we reordered them. But the Bubba Army tactical bag where you can hold your gun, your wallet, your glasses, your car keys.
Oh, they're super nice.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 or 5 different compartments all with this, and then what you do is you just put it right over your shoulder like that, like this. That's how you walk with it. Boom. I'm starting to carry mine more and more.
Yeah.
Listen, I have a gun. I have lots of guns. Well, not lots. I probably have 10. I probably have 10 guns.
That's a good amount.
Yeah, I probably have 8 to 10 guns.
You probably have
I got like 2 AR-15s. I got a something else. Then I got a 45. Then I got a 40. Then
Desert
I have
Eagle.
Then I got I sold those to Tom when I was down and out.
You can get them back if you want them.
I don't know. He may have sold them. You told me you didn't think he did sell them.
I don't think he sold any. Tom's not the type that gets rid of anything.
Yeah, no, he doesn't like to sell anything.
He's kind of a
collects
hoarder.
them all.
And here's the deal,
He
man.
bought these-
He wasn't even gonna sell that badass Benz I bought from him until Gina finally. Like he was just gonna keep it there over there on Lemon and then just drive it every once in a while. I guess that's his little baby, that 06 Benz that I bought from him. So finally, I guess Gina flipped out and be like, Tom, this is an 06. I can't, when we drive in it together, I can't even Bluetooth my stuff in because it ain't got Bluetooth. Get rid of it.
Well, it's not only that. It's like he'll get stuff and he's like, oh, I'm going to do this to him. And then he never does it. Like that little piece of plastic or whatever that was missing from the front where you can like hitch it or lift it or whatever. I don't know. That was missing forever, like the entire time he had that car, and you replaced it immediately.
Oh! You're talking about the toe hitch.
Hole,
the toe cover.
Yeah, the toe cover,
the front toe mount cover.
Yes,
and I immediately as soon as I got it, I put new. Well, I had the wheels powder coated. I put an intake in it. I had an exhaust delete, and I put a couple little pieces, parts and stuff that he put. I would have never got that thing. He sold that thing to me for $6,000.
Wow.
That thing, I'm so mad at the merch crick on this. I still hold that against her.
Yeah, I'm
totaling that car out.
You'll never let that go, no matter how much that woman does for you, which is everything.
She is a great woman, but she totaled my Benz, and it was the only Benz, Lemmy, that you could drive around and fake the funk on. It looked so cool and so badass and sounded so badass.
Nice.
That, you looked at it. If you're not a real, like, if you're a car enthusiast, you're like, that's an 06. But it is an AMG 55, which is 06 was the last year they made that twin supercharged. So that thing was 580 horsepower. It was fast.
It was throaty.
And it looked great. I made it even look better. And so I'll never in my life be able to pick up a Benz for $6,000, put $1,000 into it, and it looks like an $80,000 Benz. And that most people who don't know cars says, wow, look at that Benz. That thing's badass. Now 5 to 8% that know cars would be like, that's an 06 AMG 55. But even that thing was like an 86 AMG S55 is still kind of a collector's deal. They didn't make a lot of them, and there's not a lot of them left.
Well, and car guys appreciate good engines and things like that. And that's like, if it was just a regular, if it wasn't an AMG and it didn't have the twin, whatever.
Twin supercharged. It didn't have the powder-coated white accent wheels on it. And all the things I did to it, man. Even if you knew cars, you'd be like, man, that is a nice 06 AMG 55.
You could have started rolling around with Dan to the car shows.
Yeah, whatever. Until and I've been telling her, like she was driving it over there somewhere in St. Pete. She was going somewhere in St. Pete, and it just started raining. Now, we've had several arguments when I've driven with her as to that she follows too closely.
She's a tailgater.
Yeah, she follows too closely, and she's a last-minute breaker.
Oof.
And I've been, she's so short that she has to have literally the wheel, like she has to have everything jacked, like literally,
Yeah, she's gonna get wrecked if she ever has a massive airbag deployment.
Yeah, so
she's gonna get knocked out.
This one did come out.
Those globes are gonna get ruptured.
So anyway, I think the accident did happen on the old globes. So anyway, she's following too closely, and
you were not in the car, right?
No, I was not. Because we have a rule now. She can never drive in my presence. Ever. Unless I'm on drugs.
I was just about to say.
Like, if I've done some stuff, then I'll let her drive. Just because
then you won't, but if you start nodding off, I think you said.
No, I have to be so comatose that when I get to the passenger seat, I will sleep. So I can't see her erratic driving.
It's like Narcan mode.
Yeah. So we're driving to LJ one time, and I'm like, Erica, you have to look in front of the guy that's in front of you. You have to look 2 or 3 cars ahead.
But Daddy,
She can't see that high. Yeah.
She's like, but yeah, I'm like, you only look at the guy in front of you.
More Minnie Mouse.
I just look at the guy in front of me. Damn, Papa. I go, no. You got to look at the whole chain, the whole daisy chain of cars and trucks, because that is going to indicate what you need to do. You don't just start braking when the guy in front of you is braking. When the guy 2, 3, 4 ahead of him starts, locking him up, then you let off the gas, let it roll a little bit until you see what happens. You may get to pick up the throttle again when everybody picks it back up, or you start applying the brakes. But you just don't smash the brakes when you get up on the guy. Well, in Florida, the minute it rains, like for that first 5 minutes, all the oil. Brian, I know you know this because you deal with car accidents a lot,
and it's been what, 2 weeks since we've had rain here.
Right.
There's the next time it rains, it is going to be ice skating.
Your phone's
going to
be ringing.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's been slow the last 2 weeks because there hasn't been rain.
Brian's like, man, I need a good incher this weekend.
When I have a slow ride into work, I'm always happy about it because that means there was an accident somewhere.
Exactly. You got a chance. So but with Florida, man, because it's so hot and if it's asphalt or concrete, but most of it's asphalt, if the road will literally start sweating a small, as it gets really hot, it sweats kind of a small little thin layer of oil. And then when it rains, it gets, for the first 5 or 10 minutes while it's raining until the cars kind of get the stuff kind of packed back in, so to speak, or get it kind of blown off with their tires, it is really slick. So it just starts raining. Sure enough, what happens? She's, the Merch Creek tailgate Willie. Blam. Then, Brian, we tried to buy it from Copart. Remember?
Yeah.
Because my buddy said, hey, I can fix it for like $8,000. I can fix it for $8,000. And the insurance company was giving me more than that. So I'm like, yeah. So I bought it. Was it $4,500?
It was less than that. You could have bought it for $4,500, and that was a bridge too far for you.
Right. I think we had it for $2,500.
Yeah, that was it. It was 20. You had wanted it auctioned for $2,500.
Two times.
Right.
I won it 2 times, and even got Brian involved. They're like, nope, we don't. It says right here in the Copart Willie that we don't have to, necessarily honor the highest bidder.
Which is a joke.
It really is.
At least put on there that there's a reserve or something.
Because I'll tell you what happens is this Copart Willie manager, his best friend owns a, like a body shop, like my buddy at Fender Works, and he gives him the Iggy, hey, you can pick up this car and then for real, like a modern day like chop shop. So the guy picks up the Benz for $3,750 because they won't sell it to me for $3,500, and then he puts $4 or $5,000 in it, and he flips it for $22,000, something like that.
How long did you have it for? Like a year?
Yeah, I loved that. You drove in it one time.
Yep. R.I.P.
I really messed up.
What happened?
Really, really love to sleep with the windows open. Like that's my jam.
Yeah.
I really like that. It's just a whole different coldness.
It was windy last night
than
too.
the air. And I did it. And I usually try to look at my weather app, and I got a little bit of a system, and that is if it's in the 50s by 7 p.m., then I can open up my windows. But if it's not in the 50s by 7 p.m., then I keep my my split window unit Willie.
Mm-hmm.
Well, last night I didn't even check, and oh my God, I got up this morning to go to the gym. I was like, oh, this would have been a perfect day to open the windows up.
Yeah.
And you see, and at the end of the day, man, your air conditioning ain't running for 8 hours. The way that fuel prices have gone up and home energy and Brian, how much has? I know you probably keep up on it. How much has my mom's power bill has almost gone up by 30%?
Yeah, I was going to say 20 to 25%.
The studios here have gone up 30%. How about you?
20, 25%, right around there.
And what happened there? Like, who put that? Like was that who did that? Did the mayor cut a deal with Big Energy? No. How did that happen?
It's actually going to be going down. Tico's really reasonable. We're lucky to have Tico. There's some people that have gotten absolutely crushed by it. I'm talking
you're saying there's some energy
more.
Companies that don't even give an ass.
Duke's awful.
But meanwhile,
Duke, which owns
Tico will work
Pinellas,
with you?
Tico's pretty good. Tico's probably one of the least painful ones in Florida. With a Lacucci is actually a co-op. So they actually operate at cost, and so if you're up in Pasco and you have with Lacucci, you
can get a rebate.
You get a rebate, yeah,
at the end of the year.
If they made a profit, they split it up amongst all of the.
I want to be. That's the best ever. The energy company that you signed up with is a nonprofit, or they can't.
Well, it's socialism, right? You're all paying in, and there's no big company that controls it all.
But why? But all power companies are not set up that way.
No, it's a co-op. It's called a co-op. It's the With Lacucci co-op.
Why would they do that?
It's just the way they're set up. They're owned by the customers. Essentially,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
So, like at the end of the year, you might get like what, $800-900 rebate?
Well, I remember growing up, my dad would get excited because he would have like a month with no bill, or if it wasn't enough, then they would get a check back for like $80-90.
How about solar? And I know you probably absolutely have looked at it every which way. Just because it's, one, good for the environment, two, that's the kind of things that you're into, and three, if it was viable, I think you would do it. Have you looked into solar? And then they have those they'll give you like a federal rebate. Have you looked on? I got to think that you've probably researched that fairly extensively.
Yeah. So here's the thing with solar: it's good for a one-story home. A two-story home becomes a little more problematic because you're not going to necessarily get your full energy needs because your roof versus your house space is limited. And it also is where are you facing and how is the sun going vis-a-vis your panels. But there's also been a lot of laws passed to protect traditional electric companies from the solar. So
meaning like you can't completely get everything from solar. You got to get a little something from Duke.
And you've got to be hooked up to the grid. You can't going off grid's a little harder.
But what about this, like where a lot of the solar, the big selling point of solar was that you could sell it back to your company.
Right. I'm not completely familiar with where things currently stand. I know that, I haven't heard of anybody that I know in my neighborhood. I've got probably 10 houses in my neighborhood that have gotten it.
Right.
One guy is
are you a buddy of any of the guy where you can talk to him candidly?
Yeah. He mines coins for various cryptocurrencies.
Oh wow.
So he's
still
got
a thing?
What's that?
So that's still a thing?
Yeah, I guess he doesn't do it for the. He's a cool guy, but he's kind of like techie and nerdy like that. So he's into the coding side of it.
Yeah.
So it's not to him. It's not about making the money. He probably breaks even on it, but it's more the enjoyment of that he gets from the coding.
Search and find.
Yeah,
and he's got solar because of all the computers he's got to run to mine these coins.
Yeah, he's
an archaeologist online.
He's got a lot of stacks of these,
and I got to tell you, man,
or whatever, but hard drives.
Solar and they look aesthetically, they still kind of look stupid up there. Don't you think?
Yeah, I would have done it, except I think it looks stupid. Two, it puts wear and tear on your roof, and in Hurricane Alley where we are,
they could get ripped right off.
It could get ripped right off, or cause your roof to fail when it could have not failed. I'm waiting for the technology to come where the shingles are
affordable.
They're there, but it's not efficient enough,
right.
And it's not affordable enough.
So you're saying where the actual shingles are the solar panels, they have that now, but it's not nearly as refined as it needs to be, correct?
No, I'm waiting. They have the first generations kind of out. I'm waiting for like the second or third generation before I sign on to that.
That's the jam right there.
Yeah.
Right? That's the jam.
Because it will look good and look good enough and function well and be a part of the roof without adding a tremendous amount of extra weight.
Rhett, I wanted to personally thank you. We're only 1,987 away from hitting 100,000 on our YouTube channel, and I was looking at it, today, and there is a Tech 9 standalone interview. There's Bubba thinks about bringing back Seth and Brent. There's a Packer segment. There's a Jeep Duck segment. There's the Crazy Joe segment. So, man. Thank you, man. You've been really busting ass on some stuff over there, and I appreciate it.
I'm just ready to hit 100K. Thank you, Bubba.
Yeah, boy, 100K.
Is that his Toyota out there?
What do you mean?
Who's
the Camry?
That's Merch Cricks.
Oh, that's Merch Cricks.
That's what she got in lieu of her Benz.
It's pretty nice though. I was gonna say I like it.
Yeah, it's.
I like the black rims. It looks good.
It's a 20.
interior.
It's a 23 Camry. And so we used the money that we got from the insurance company, put a down payment on that, and it's probably not nearly as sexy as the 06 S.
It's pretty sexy with that red interior.
I was going to say, it's not sexy because of the emblem on the front of it, but if you look at that car, every time I come in, I'm like, oh, that's a nice car.
It's sporty.
I put a K&N on it yesterday.
Nice.
And I've made some. I mean, you've seen. I've put some accents on it.
So what are you going to get when she wrecks that in a month?
Oh, Jesus.
Don't jinx
That
that,
hurts.
man.
I'm breaking up with her, and she can walk. Like, for real.
You lost your own car, and now you can walk.
Well, she needs to pay attention.
Yeah.
She just needs to pay attention.
We need more Ericas in this world.
Yeah, I date 2 of them. Sure, no problem.
Maybe less on the roads.
No, more on the roads. That's
No.
where we need them all.
Brian makes his money.
Yeah, that's where you are. So, listen, I have to talk about this, and I'm probably try to talk about it a little bit early. Maybe it'll be less shocking and disrespectful if I do it now, and only those that really hear it will be those that maybe replay the show or something like that. But I love Jonathan Morris to death, and what I've been trying to do for Jonathan Morris has, I don't even know if he appreciates that when he calls in and slings his Morris Family Farms meat. There's people that be like, Super Beats and Lightstream and 4 Hymns and Skag and just a lot of people that we have that we endorse. BLP products in Orlando, Giant Recreation World, which I got to cut a new commercial for. But we have some people, and those, of course, mybookie.com.
Yep.
We have a lot of clients who pay, really, really top dollar for me to endorse or us to endorse them.
Mm-hmm.
And so here's this guy who I met through Florida Man Radio. He, for, I don't know, about maybe 6-7 months was doing, middays right after us. They get that 2-hour window where they try to fill it full of whatever. Was it Justin Clark?
Yep.
At first.
And Michaela.
Michaela. Yeah. They should just give her a show. Yeah. Maybe her and Anna. couple little bitches. Two uptight bitches in the afternoon. 2 uptight bitches in the midday. Hey, what's your favorite show? Let me the midday.
2 uptight bitches in the midday.
Florida Man Radio, 2 uptight bitches.
Yep.
Yeah.
Love it.
I should have did. Well, anyway, there's been a plethora of people that have gone through those midday turnstiles, and one of which was Jonathan Morris. Now, Jonathan Morris, I met him last year, and I'm like, man, this is a man's man. This is a real, this guy's a man's man. He's up at 4 in the morning, delivering calves and rounding up bulls and, slopping the hogs and feeding the cows and butchering the cows and making sure his family butcher shop has, the freshest beef available that are grown and raised on his own farm.
Apparently, there were lots of vegetables.
Everything
none of which I saw.
Anna, quit trying to throw me off. Then Anna throw off her. Damn it. Let me mark it down. Anna tries to throw Bubba off. We're going to start keeping score on this. This is getting
I think
ridiculous.
she was just talking about vegetables.
Whatever. She just wants to vegetable herself. So listen. So I meet this guy and I'm like, man, that is super cool. You got your own book. You got your own stand. You got your own brick and mortar, butcher shop that is all your own stuff that you grow on your farm. Like this is like when you get, I'm assuming when you get beef or chicken or fish or, anything like that from Publix or Greenwise or I don't know, what's the high end,
Whole Foods,
Trader Joe's, Whole Foods. I got to think even the most expensive beef, the most, they're still not nearly as fresh as it was roaming around yesterday on this guy's farm, and he butchered it last night, and it's available now to buy today. I don't know. I got to think that Trader Joe's and Publix and all these places, Brian, they probably have a huge distribution center,
It's probably taking a week and a half before the meat ever gets
Right, that's
to
what
you.
I'm saying. So you're probably looking at maybe, 10-day meat
Yeah.
compared to 1-day meat. And I got to think that 1-day meat might just really, really, really be better tasting. So I put Jonathan on. He quit doing middays for Florida Man Radio, and just to concentrate on his farm and his family business. That's what pays the bills, and his 18 kids. And so I've had him on, and he's got this like literally 1992 flip phone that he uses, and like his family and his business isn't set up to be able to accommodate my listening audience.
Or 2023.
Yeah, true. Or anybody's listening audience for that matter.
Yeah.
And so every time I give his number out, and it's always something like, here's the last couple times that have happened. The first time I gave his number out a few months ago, it was, well, I wanted to buy some beef from Jonathan, but his answering machine was all full. and
Could you imagine?
Yeah, so Jonathan says, well, I'll just say right now, my daughter Ellie Mae, she answers phones fast as she can. She'll run your credit card right there over the phone, and then we'll ship it out to you. But if she's on the other line, just leave a message, and then she goes ahead and clears the answer machine out and writes it all down, and then she calls you back and gets your order. Or you can text, Bubba Army at whatever the hell the number is, Lummy. You can text the Bubba Army. I threw the number away because I'm not promoting the guy anymore.
Oh, I'm so funny.
Text the Bubba Army to Sally Mae's flip phone, and she'll get back to you too.
Remember, we only get about 15 text messages a day.
Yeah, we only get
before they shut us off.
Yeah, Cricket Wireless got us on 15 a day. So if you don't get your message sent through today, try first thing tomorrow. So last Sunday, so I give this guy all this free promotion, because I want Bubba Army to go buy beef from this guy. One, it's unbelievable if he can get it to you. Two, it might only be unbelievable if you can actually drive to the butcher shop and pick it up right there. I don't know if they're capable.
That's pretty cool if you can go out there and pick out your own cow that you want slaughtered.
I don't think.
I want the meat. I want the T-bone off that one.
I don't think it's that way. No,
really?
No, I think it's stop being stupid.
It's not stupid.
Stop being like Anna.
Make cool to look your dinner right in the eyes before you eat it. Nothing's manlier than that.
That would make it sad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They do that.
So let me tell my story.
Japan all the time.
Let me put Brian in for one.
I get a squirrel point.
A squirrel point. There you go.
There you go, Brian.
They're called squirrel points. Anna has one squirrel. Brian has one squirrel. I would recommend that you never get over 4 squirrels in a show. It could potentially be your walking papers out of here. I start running some rules around here. Let me.
Subject to change daily.
Yeah. So
hourly.
Brian, I'm sorry. So Jonathan called. I know that's probably Jonathan on the phone line right now, and I'm not interested in talking to him. I'm really not trying to be a dick, but listen. You need to really, really get your act together before we start using my show to promote your product again, because you have failed horribly.
Now, let me ask you this, though. Do you think it's because of incompetence, or do you think it's like malicious, like he's running a scam?
No. 100% incompetent.
Why don't you let him explain himself if that's him on the line?
Because
maybe he has something in the works.
Because explaining himself is going to promote him more and going to get him more orders, and I don't know that he's capable of doing that right now.
It's not him, though, but...
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Since it's not him,
new number.
Then I'm going to...
In California.
Hello?
Bubba.
Yeah.
Melissa from Cali.
Who?
Melissa from Cali.
Hi, Melissa. How you doing? I'm in the middle of something. What do you got, baby?
Oh, no, I just wanted to say hi.
Okay, hi. How you doing, Melissa?
I'm drunk and high are you right now?
Are you drunk and high right now? I'll be honest.
Actually, no, because I can't afford either.
You can't afford it anymore?
You're on something.
She must not be hot then.
No,
she doesn't have an old
no, I'm not. I just have insomnia because of stress.
Right. What's stressing you out in your life? Or should I not even have asked?
I just haven't been able to find another sales job since I lost my other one, and so.
How long ago did you lose your other sales job?
It was a year ago.
So you've been have you been you live in California? And
No, I haven't been on unemployment.
So I
work part-time somewhere, and it's just not enough
Can
money
I give you a
to
pro
sustain
tip?
myself.
Can I give you a pro tip?
Don't be mean.
Become a substitute teacher. Start an OnlyFans. Out yourself, and then make $1 million.
Yeah.
It's a very simple formula. It's how every woman can get rich now.
Yeah,
So
and
listen, I got to tell you, man, every school municipality, they are so hurting for substitute teachers. If you literally walk in without a needle in your arm, they're gonna sign you up.
You have to have
you may
accreditation to do that, right?
Not to be a substitute.
Not to be a sub, and it's like $100 a day.
I think in California you have to take a test.
Yeah, but you could, Melissa, you could. I mean, you're a smart woman. You could smoke that test, please. It's probably like who's the first president of the United States and who's the 16th president of the United States and how many.
It's all stuff Bubba knows.
No, it's just
Start a camel suit.
just stupid stuff.
Yeah.
Who's the manager of the Packers?
California's expectations.
All right, listen,
are really
I can't,
low.
I can't, I got to get going because you.
Okay, well, I just wanted to say hi. I haven't talked to you in a while, and I think you changed your phone number.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say hi to you guys and hope everything's okay with you guys.
All right, Melissa, everything's
Thank
great.
you.
Hopefully everything's good with you.
Yeah, we're getting there.
All right, keep me posted, okay? Keep me
All right,
keep
you
me
guys
posted
take
when
care.
it's not 30 minutes past the top of the hour and I got a break.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. Take care.
It's not
Bye now.
your fault.
No, love me.
Yes,
Is
Bubba.
this next one Jonathan Morris?
It's a Florida number, but it's South Florida. So
Okay,
you
but
should
what
be
I'm
okay.
saying is like I need to busy these phone lines out. Okay?
Yeah.
So I don't have time to take phone calls. I just don't.
You got to remember
Most
when
radio
you do that,
hosts
though.
sit here and beg and beg and beg, and every one of their rejoins from their commercials are giving out their phone number so they can have people call them because they're not talented enough to be able to monologue about something other than be able to throw things off phone calls. It's a crutchy rookie deal, but I don't need that. I'm sorry. Let me just tell this person I got to go. Hey, I can't spend a lot of time on the phone. What were you looking for?
I just wanted to say we made a mistake and we'll make it right. We always stand our own
Lummy,
That's it.
I'm going to absolutely kick your ass, Lummy. I'm going to kick your ass,
Is it
Lummy.
an impersonator?
Hey, listen, don't say my name, don't say my number. A mistake happened. I fired the guy that made the mistake.
He got a new number.
I mean, Jonathan, you're sending dog. You were sending dog food out to people.
I texted you this morning. My guy, I make dog food. I make primal dog food.
I know.
Why my guy packed dog food instead of ground beef? I don't know. But
and then
hold
on.
Could you imagine you order ground beef and you get Alpo?
Then the guy that put a $600 order never got no correspondence, I got to think Jonathan Morris that a $600 steak order is a pretty damn good order.
it is. And today, as soon as the day starts for normal people, I'm going to call them and take care of it. I just found out about it yesterday.
Mike. Jonathan, come on. And then I get 3 texts yesterday from people saying, "Hey, Big Red was one of them, Lummy, saying that he got, instead of ground beef, he got dog food. He got ground dog food."
Grouper Lips hasn't even got his box yet.
Listen, I realized that mistake the day it happened. We emailed and texted everybody. If you have a dog, feed it to them for free. If not, throw it away. We didn't want anybody to get sick or eat dog food. My guy.
But you got to understand. But you got to understand, Jonathan Morris. I'm the shit. No, listen to me. Shut up. Listen to me. I'm the show that has promoted you and where people have learned about you that potentially could be getting sick on dog food. I'm the show that, there's no other nationally syndicated show that wants to throw you a bone and take care of you because I admire you so much and your drive and your grind and how hard you work. But my God, there comes a point where you're making me look stupid.
All I can tell you is I'm sorry it happened. The guy don't work for no more. Nobody ate it. We called everybody that day as soon as I found out about it.
So Brian,
how do you
Brian, how do you feel? I mean, like, you usually are, pretty even keeled and tempered. Would you feel as mad as I was right now? As much as I've put this guy on and put him over and things like that, how would you be handling this situation if this was the Brian Matroni show and the very same exact stuff had happened? What would you?
I mean, I think this is getting it out in the open, figuring out what went wrong, and making sure that he's got his systems fixed before ever
I don't think he has any systems.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the question, John. Is are you going to modernize, or because Bubba does have a lot of people, and if you can't handle the volume, or if there's going to be issues, it's just that's the issue. Is he can't be referring.
If I was like referring people to Super Beats, and I was getting calls that Super Beats were sending, cough drops instead of Super Beats, or something like, or dog food, dog treats. I wouldn't be talking to Super Beats anymore. So Jonathan, man, brother, you've got to get up to speed technology wise. Or, I'm just saying things like this are going to happen.
Yes, you're right. And that's what I'm calling. I found out about it yesterday. I'm calling just to say, as a man, we made a mistake. We're sorry. I'm going to personally fix it. I'm getting boxes on Monday in Fort Walton. I'm driving all the way to Fort Walton myself to pick up boxes so I can ship out next week. And I'm giving people the 2 ground beef they didn't get, plus everybody's getting a free steak for the hassle. We have a lot of people from Florida Man that buy from us, and anybody can tell you, anytime I make a mistake, I call, I own up to it.
But Jonathan, that's a pretty damn big mistake. I go on 5, 10, 12-minute rant about how good your stuff is, and then you send them dog food, and then the one dude that puts a $600 order in, you guys, I still don't think he's got his stuff yet.
Well, like I said, I just got back last night. Today, I'm going to find out when he ordered exactly how
Sunday.
He paid.
He ordered Sunday, but not Sunday of last week, the Sunday before the Sunday. So my guy ordered on, the 23rd.
Grouper Lips ordered a month ago and hasn't got it.
Yeah, Grouper Lips ordered a month. We got people that ordered a month ago that still haven't got their stuff. John, you're making me look stupid.
I'm very sorry. I will fix it. I will personally fix it.
Oh, okay.
I will. I'll figure it out. I'll fix it.
All right, buddy.
That's all I can tell you is I'm sorry. Listen, I made a mistake. We made a mistake. I'm sorry. I'm going to fix it. I don't know what else to do. I own up to my mistakes, and I'm going to fix them.
Can you just get the people their meat, and can you get them their hamburger and not dog food? Can you just do that for me, buddy? Can we start there?
What's the best way for somebody to reach you if they haven't gotten their order right now?
Brian.
Don't do it. No, not today. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do that today.
I'm not giving out the number. Brian's being a dick.
No, I meant an email. Here's the thing. It's like emails. What's nice about
you didn't have email.
You got to have an email, man. That's what I'm trying to say to you. If you want
we have an email. Yes, we have an email. And every time I say it, people tell me it's ridiculous because it's my damn name, JonathanDavidBoys8@gmail.com.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Jonathan. What is it again? Slow it down.
So Jonathan, JONATHN, BAVID, MORRIS, number 8 for my 8 kids at gmail.com.
Jonathan,
can you see, Brian, how cumbersome
Jonathan, for like $10 a month, you could get
just get a Gmail and get morefamilyfarms@gmail.com.
Yeah, there's got to be a.
Okay, listen, this is not a bit for me, but you have to understand.
It's a bit for me, goddamn it! I'll tell you that right now.
No, I got a laptop 5 months ago for the first time in my life. I've never owned a computer.
Brian.
No, and that's look. But what I'm trying to say to you is you got to go one way or the other. Either you're going to grow as a business and fulfill orders, or you're going to keep it small, mom and pop. Low tech, low key. That's fine. But if that's the thing. Like Bubba can't
you gotta have an email. You
don't have a real email address for your business, and customers need to be able to get a hold of you. And the problem with voicemails, they fill up. You listen to it once, you don't write it down. You can't hear what they said. Email, you've got a paper trail. You got a way to track everything. It's just a better way to do it, where you're not relying on somebody else while you're out of town who picked up a call.
When I get 3 emails saying I got dog food, and then the other email email is I put $600 order in on the 23rd, and then the other email, Lummy, is from Grouper Lips and says I put an order in a month ago and I ain't got
It's like
nothing.
Bubba works for you.
See, because Jonathan, when you're out of town, you can still check those emails and see that this is happening.
But see, your email can't be Jonathan. Like he blurted it out, and it was so.
Yeah,
like,
was it 4 letters in the middle? His middle
it's
name
or something?
Jonathan, Vivian, Morris, 8.
David.
All right, so Jonathan? Have you ever thought about maybe trying to go get the email Morris Farms or Morris Family Farms? Or Morris Meat.
I've never thought about it. No.
Okay, well, listen,
No.
you might
I
want
get up in the morning, I get on the tractor and I work.
in between baling some hay today and castrating some pigs and slaughtering some cows and plowing some fields and slopping the pigs and all the things that you got to do, you might want to have one of your smart daughters or your wife.
Yeah, I was going to say,
somebody.
do any of your 8 children know how to use technology?
Yeah, and say, listen, I would like to.
You told them it wasn't important.
I would like to.
Time.
Laugh at me if you want to. One of the biggest mistakes I've ever made as a dad is telling my kids this tech thing ain't going to last. Don't even pay attention.
Yeah, well, you failed them tremendously as a father on that one. That's another one on you. Not only is the hamburger dog food on you, not only is the 600 with the Grouper Lips not getting his order on her, but not, I mean, you have to tell your kid. Your kids are the ones that you need to be moving towards learning about technology. Nobody in your family knows anything, Jonathan, and you're not going to be able to have a sustainable business on the level that I could potentially promote you if you don't have an ability for people to communicate with you. And texting Bobby Sue on her cell phone, and leaving a message on a voicemail that would you not agree that a few times your your people have tried to call you and your voicemail is full, and so people can't leave a message. Has that not happened as well?
It does happen, yes, sir.
Okay, so like Brian, business 101, this guy's already shooting himself in the foot.
I mean, get Ezekiel a class in technology or whatever it is.
Jedediah.
I don't even know who Ezekiel is.
Jedediah.
little Jed. And but it's just that's the crossroads that you're at, though, man. You either have to grow
Jonathan,
and change.
You can't be this stupid. You can't.
No,
you're
a
smart. Hold on. Yes, very much so, and that's why I like you. That's why I've been drawn to you. Is because you're such a hard worker and stuff, and it doesn't take a lot of intelligence to be able to market on a little scale, such as establishing an email that's easy to remember and represents your brand, and then maybe having a website that they can navigate through and potentially order stuff off of your website, which would mean you'd have to go get go to your bank or something like that and get a credit card processing thing.
Go to your bank. It's too Square. It's so easy.
Or just get a Shopify. For Bubba merch.
Just go get a Shopify account. And literally, they'll estimate the shipping. They'll do. It's really simple, Jonathan, and I know it's well within your mental capacity.
Yes.
So
I just have to find time to do it. I started at 4 this morning, and I'll probably work till 8.
Well, go out of business.
I mean, I'll
figure it out. Listen, I'll figure it out. I'm not making excuses. I'll figure it out.
Now, how much is this latest gaff gonna? I mean, how much is this gonna cost you? Probably a couple $1,000. By the time
this is a big burden.
By the time
I guarantee everything I do. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, so listen to this. So listen to this. So listen to this. This is the added cost that this one little mess up has cost you. One, you depleted a lot of your dog food supply. Two, you wasted a ton of money on shipping to get this, what was supposed to be ground beef, but dog food to the consumer. 3, you have to get the right stuff and send to them. 4, repostage it. I mean,
and the man hours that go into all that.
Right.
Yeah.
And then plus the customers you may have lost.
That's the biggest loss.
The customers that you may have lost, 1, that ordered, and 2, that are listening to this show right now.
You're right. No, you're right.
So take a couple days off and get your business in order.
Yeah, I mean, take a couple days off and get your business in order. Establish that Shopify account.
Who's going to pay the bills?
Well, who's going to pay the bills when you're having to lose thousands of dollars making things right? That's the problem.
You're going to try to say with 8 children and a wife, you can't delegate something to a competent person to be able to do what we spoke about while you stay out on the field and raise the cows and slaughter the beef and do all the manly stuff that they can't do, but they certainly can watch a YouTube. I guarantee you. What's your oldest daughter and or son? How old are they?
29 and 27,
right.
But they're gone.
29 and 27.
They're gone, he said.
Okay, they're gone. Who's the?
They moved out. They're different. Yeah.
All right. So with
I got it. I'll take care of it.
No. You're not answering my question. With regards to people that with regards to children that still live with you, give me the eldest. Who's the oldest?
Alina.
Okay, and she's 23. Perfect. You can tell Alina. Now, did Alina graduate high school?
Yes, and went through trade school. She's an esthetician, but she still works.
Perfect. She's pretty smart, and she's at least average to above average to maybe even smart average on the spectrum. And you just tell them, Alina, you need to go on this thing called YouTube and watch videos on how we can open up a Shopify account. Then you need Shopify account. Then you need to go and learn how to open up a Gmail account that represents our brand. Would you not, Brian, would you not agree that that's really the only 2 things he needs to do?
Yes, and you and whoever is fulfilling these orders, you as the business owner need to have that Gmail on your phone and make it a habit every night, whether it's you that's doing it or somebody else's responsibility, that you just scan through the emails for the day. This will enable you to catch problems and identify problems sooner. It will. I mean, you just got to get your systems in order.
Let's be honest, Jonathan. You don't have a phone right now that you have the ability to check email. Yes or no?
No.
See, you're flip willing. Like
I'll get one. Today. I got a phone that's glued together right now.
And don't be driving to Fort Walton Beach for your boxes.
Yeah, what do you
get
doing,
them in Orlando?
Man? Well, because we tried to. Everything we say that we do. So we don't buy supplies from around the country. We get stuff from Magma and Fort Walton. Everything's made right there. Made
you're going to try to say that you can't find you can't find a comparable box company in Orlando that you could go and save on the shipping.
Yeah, if I start buying from Asia or China or somewhere else.
They all don't buy it from Asia and China. A lot of them make it themselves.
Jonathan, I think somebody hit you in the head.
Then I don't know that because we looked, and that's the only place we found.
So Lummy ran a successful business for a while, and so maybe he can give you some advice and pointers. Lummy can be like your sage in all of this.
Don't get Lummy involved in this. Poor Lummy.
Oh, no, listen, if y'all
so you want to let a Colombian come in and buy half of your business for you. That's the first step.
Yeah.
Listen,
Peruvian, yeah.
Jonathan, listen. Jonathan, I got to go.
Yeah.
I'm way late. Listen.
But I do want to say this, please. Thank you very much. I do respect you and your name and your brand and your show. And I know no one calls about the good stuff. But there's been people that I've messed up for, like a chicken wing order. And instead of giving them chicken wings, I give them a 40-day drive to Porterhouse worth $100 to say how sorry we are. So we go over and above with our name, our word, and because of what you do for us to fix things when we mess them up. Just so you know, we really
Jonathan, I know that when I promote you, you sell 25, 30, 40 boxes. I know that. And but when you mess them up, that makes me look stupid.
Yeah, when I go to McDonald's and buy a chicken sandwich, I don't want them to give me dog food and then a week later give me a Big Mac. Like that's
hang on, wait, I don't think you understand. Like we called everybody and I know it's wrong, but not right. The mistake happened, but I found out about the mistake before the people's boxes got to their house. We told them, hey, my guy messed up bad. What you guys shipped was dog food instead of ground beef. If you have a dog, great. If you don't, throw it out. I'll ship you ground beef. Like no one ate it. No one. We found it fast because I do keep a tight circle, and I know it should have never happened. All right, and the guy, he's gone. All right, because I do take our business serious, and he was messing me over as an employee, and all of our customers and everybody who listens to the show that's been with us for a long time, they know how serious we are about the relationships we have with people.
All right, Jonathan. Now, did this same thing happen for Shannon? Does Shannon promote you?
Yes.
All right. Did the same thing happen to the Shannon people, to the Burke Brigade?
Yeah, everybody got the dog food. Everybody did shifts. We had like 60 people on our meat box list. Everybody got the dog food, and we
Everybody
had
got
to
the dog food.
everybody.
That sounds like somebody.
Okay,
that guy hated you. That's not. How do you make that mistake? If
Yeah,
you're,
like I mean, are you
like,
hiring literally? Are you literally going down to where the short bus takes the kids? Are you hiring the short bus kids? Because Jesus.
No, this guy has been with me for 15 years. He's one of the first guys I hired when I moved to Central Florida. When my wife got sick and almost died, I had to bring him off the farm and start helping at the shop. And I didn't realize how disgruntled he was getting and upset and mad and blah. And then I didn't realize. And then I saw that. And when I talked to him, I was like, how did you go all the way to, because we keep dog food at the other end of the store. They're not even side by side. He purposely walked past the ground beef I already had ground to the dog food cooler and got dog food in package.
He sabotaged you.
Said,
He sabotaged you. You don't do that on 60 orders.
God, Jen Epstein looks good as hell, and look at her up there.
I fired him that day.
She always looks
I fired him that day.
All right, Jonathan,
All right.
listen, bud. I hope you get this all handled, and maybe you and maybe I can when you get it all together, and you can call me and let me know that you've established an email, that you got a Shopify, and then I'll promote you again. Okay?
All right, thank you.
All right. He's not gonna get. He cringed at getting something other than a flip phone.
Yeah.
I mean, when I said, "Hey, do you got?" No.
Well,
and then he said it was glued together. Like, Brian, there comes a point where you just can't help a guy.
I just don't. What I don't like is the resistance to everything. You know? Like that's the thing is like we're legitimately trying to help him.
Right, we're not trying to rib
how
him.
to fix this.
We're not trying to rib
and
him.
everything is like, yeah, well, I don't like tech.
Everything's got an excuse.
I don't like this. And we end up making things right. And I don't have time to do that because somebody's got to do what I do.
Let me give you an example. What if I went on a whole big spiel and said, God, Hunter Law, let me just tell you right now, if you're going through a divorce or any type of family issue, or you got a car wreck or medical malpractice or a slip and fall or a dog bite or anything like that, man, whether it's personal injury or family, call Hunter Law. 1-888-ASK. Is it 888 ASK?
844-ASK-GINA.
844-ASK-GINA. And then I had Gina on the phone, and Gina was like, oh, yeah, don't forget, man, I got from prenups to, contested blah, 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 yippee-yos. And then I get Brian on. He's like, yeah, man, car wrecks. Man, we do it all. And I'd be like, okay, give out the number. And I gave out the number, and you guys only had a 1986 cassette tape voicemail Willie, and 200 people wanted to call, but only 36 could call and leave their messages because your machine filled up. How mad? I mean, like... like you put 130 people potentially could have had a good case, and you didn't get their call. And people won't. They're like, I'm done. Like when they try to call,
you only have one chance to make a first impression.
Yeah, you got one shot. You got one shot.
Yep.
You got one shot.
Have you accidentally consumed dog food? Pound law.
He's not part of the solution. He's part of the problem. It's Bubba the Love Sponge.
Pound law. That's all. Hey, we gotta get Rumble back up.
The whole Rumble thing went down.
Yeah, I know it went down, but it's been up for like a half hour now, 20 minutes, and I didn't see that. That's the engineering screen there. Is it always up? So what they're looking at in there, we can always see. Oh, okay.
That smells good as fuck.
The server crashed on their end, and we're waiting for the break to redo everything on our end. So
Wait for a break though to fire us back up on our end.
Because they didn't reset the keys. There's a streaming key that gets sent out.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, why can't you do that in the middle of the segment?
Because it would be kind of
So
what?
I'm asking a question. I'm not trying to be a dick. I know, but you're yelling.
I'm sorry.
So reset the keys.
I mean, why are you being a dick?
I'm not. I'm not.
I'm not either. I'm asking a little. I'm curious.
Making them upset.
I'm not trying to make them upset.
I'm curious.
Put it back up. We don't crash everything else.
They're not separate things.
They haven't got the new thing yet.
Okay. I got you. So it's
gotcha. They're fixing it.
Gotcha. That's all. I was just curious. Just wanted to know the technology behind it. I'm ignorant. Now I see YouTube's down because they've got to reset.
Ignorant.
You're Jonathan Morris. That.
Brian. No, you didn't.
I see that though. I just was trying to understand the technology.
When you turn all of our outputs on, you have to do it all at the same time.
I got it now.
So
There's no way to do one or the other. There's not. But he said there might be a way to do that soon.
Well, So what we're working on with Stream Guys is getting an output that puts us on everything else.
Right.
On one output instead of having to run 4 outputs at the same time. So, yes.
Right.
But if something like that happens, it's going to be more of like their end.
It's more curiosity because is there a way to do individual outputs or have a backup output? Could you have a backup output that you then, like in a situation like this, when one drops off, fire them the backup output and then keep the original output going?
As far as I know, no.
Okay.
Just because we'll have to have both of those running at the same time, and that takes up more power on the computer.
Oh, okay.
Could you hit refresh on that real quick? I just want to see if that black screen goes away. God damn it. All right.
Brian, we're working on it.
I'm just asking. I'm not trying to slow anybody
he's
down.
good. He's
I
good.
legitimately want to know what about
Where are we down right now?
They're getting everything back up. Rumble crashed completely, and so in order to reset everything, they had to reset the stream feed completely. And so YouTube.
Why am I hearing this from him?
We're black because they're actually trying to
working.
fix it.
Oh.
They're currently trying to fix it.
Oh.
So we're black Squeen Willie. Is there audio going through it though?
I think so, but I don't know. They just said black.
I mean, it's got to be something going through it because the Bubba Army logo's there, and
They said the show restarted.
although the live thing is not red. Oh, there it is. No, yeah, we're live. Can you guys? Yeah, they say they can hear us. Okay.
But I also got this package. I don't know if you want me to open it or not. I think there's a
We've
notice
got video
inside.
back up on YouTube.
There's a notice inside. You're on it.
And Rumble, we're all the way live.
Is Jonathan running the He's our tech guy.
Jonathan's our tech guy.
Fucked up.
Don't worry, Bubba Army. We'll send you out some dog food to make up for the hot mic that you missed.
Could you imagine? He said himself.
That guy hated him. Jonathan needs to be not
That
so
was his
cheap
spice
with this-
boy.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that was
You know he's mad. He's mad as fuck at me right now.
But
I mean, it's not your fault. You voted his business.
you actually gave him an opportunity to come on and explain himself.
Multiple times.
Bubba, you gave him common sense because just like the boxing, he's gonna drive 3 hours to go pick up boxes, 3 hours back, 6 hours, and he can be working on his business.
So let's say the fucking Orlando boxes costed you $100 more.
Yeah, maybe one time you buy non-American cardboard, but I'm just saying, just one time you fix it without having to drive to Fort Walton Beach. This one time you make an exception to your steadfast rule. Nobody's gonna look at the box and be like, "This smells like Asian cardboard."
Nobody gives a fuck.
They deliver.
Right. Well,
American boxes deliver. The low boy, they'll have them there in 2 days, and you can order a lot more, and they're a lot cheaper than driving back and forth. Plus your time and you fucking up your whole entire, business technically and losing all that money. Plus Orlando, the air gas place makes their boxes. So there's one in Orlando. They sell boxes. They sell the insulation and the wood dry ice. So
ice is expensive these days, huh?
yeah, because the gas.
$10 a pound.
Is that much now?
Retail is $10.
Oh, Publix?
Yeah. That's pricey.
Yeah, it sure is. It used to be. Brian, put it this way, it was like $2.20 a pound back in the day at Publix. $2.25.
Yeah, no. Is that? I mean, 500%, 400%. That's not energy. I'm sorry. That's called fucking corruption and greed.
Well, there's only one.
I know.
Nowhere near the rare air at the top of the heap.
I mean, we know what's important.
More like the bottom feeders existing on the scraps of society.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Maybe Red can do a little screenshot of today's Kevin Nash click shirt that I bought from his website.
Nice.
I just go to these guys' websites. Like I went to Mick Foley's website. I bought a couple T-shirts from him. I went to Randy Orton. Bought some of the boys I like.
I thought that was the Nash brothers from Ocala that you were wearing.
No, this is Kevin Nash, man. Big sexy.
Diesel.
Diesel, if you will. Yeah. He was actually discovered. I think he played college basketball. That's how he was discovered. Oh, I just got a text from Jonathan Morris.
He's been texting this entire time. Hitting 3 buttons, 4 buttons.
I'm not resilient. Sorry, it sounded that way. I was just explaining. It's all I know. But I will start today on that Tuper thing. I don't know what Tuper. I will start today on that Tuper thing.
If he's talking about Shopify, he's way off.
I don't know what he was saying there. Tuper.
Yep. I don't even know what you could substitute Tuper for.
YouTube, maybe?
Well, I don't know. He certainly doesn't need YouTube. Now, here we are. We have Jonathan Morris on the show, and we talk about how much promotion we've given him and how he screwed up the orders, and then we go down and completely Jonathan Morris and ourselves.
Well, no, it's not. We did not go down. Rumble went down, and that's what I was trying to learn. I was not, and to Rhett and Mach, I apologize because I know
if you came across as a dick,
because
sometimes you will come across as a real smarmy dick.
Well, I'm very direct.
But you got a smarmy dick feel about yourself.
I do, and I'm very direct. But I was just trying to figure out the way it all works. So, and now I understand it, and now I know why that everything had to come down for a second because Rumble crashed.
Yeah, we're all in or all out. I think that's kind of how it is. With our feed, we're in or out. But we're getting ready in the next week or so to redo how we feed things. And we're going to feed to like one big Super Willy. And then that Super Willy can distribute it out to like right now, I think, what do you say, Rhett, Mach? Our limit. Right now, we really can only send it out to about 4 places.
Yeah, I'd say 4 is our cap. Anytime we've tried more, it just doesn't go.
But with the new one, Brian, we're going to be like we can send it to 25 places.
Wow.
So, and that comes with a cost. It's going to cost. But, we'll get better distribution.
So, and that was my question, and maybe Mach can answer it. Rhett said he didn't think so, but is there a way to have a simultaneous backup feed running so that if something like Rumble goes down, you can shoot them that backup feed without having to reset the other feeds?
I think you need another computer.
So there's only one stream key per output that we put up. For some reason, Rumble in particular, they change their stream key every day. For YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, our stream key is the same thing every day. So I don't think you can output 2
by the way,
different feeds on the same key.
By the way, I'm Bubba the Love Sponge, and I'm the Jonathan Morris of this whole operation.
I know,
but you're not. But you're not because you hire people who know what the hell they're doing.
No, you're right. You're right.
To run that for you.
And if Jonathan Morris was just the dude that butchered the cows and slopped the pigs and did the stuff that he's super, super good at that nobody else could do, and he had a person that was IT friendly, and he had and hired those people. So like me, I don't know nothing about IT. I don't know, but my boys that I hired do. I got to come in here and do a show. That's all I got to do. Boom, come a hired gun. Like, I'm the quarterback, right? I'm not the offensive lineman either. That's
what Elon Musk says. Yeah. He's like, I didn't go to Harvard, but I hired people that did.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, John, we soon, with the new skin of Bubba Army Radio, our whole presence of how we distribute things visually and audibly. Did you know Michael Rowe and Tom Bean, they ran a report, Brian, and there's like 36 or 37 other audio platforms that we could be heard on if we, we will be heard on once we reskin our Willie. Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
Like there's 37 other places that and some of them might be small. Some of them might be, but still, you in today's world, as you throw your content out, is you spread your legs as far as you can, and you just let men rail you all day, hoping to get pregnant. Right? You just give it away for free. You can't really charge a premium for it. You give it away for free and then recoup on the ads. That's kind of the way things go nowadays.
It's essentially the same thing as having, affiliates everywhere, AM affiliates.
Right.
It's kind of the same model. It's just online.
It's just a little more high tech.
Yeah.
Has anybody watched the Johnny Mon?
Yeah, I did.
I didn't think it was that good.
I like the inside of it, and just kind of his cockiness.
The fact that he never opened the iPad ever and looked at a single piece of tape or play or.
I do wish they spent a little more time on like what went wrong in Cleveland and what he did after his NFL career, because it's an hour and 5 minutes long, and maybe 50 minutes of it is at Texas A&M.
And Red, he did go on to I think maybe the CFL.
Yeah, he did.
I think he went to he went to a few, and I think that would have made it, if they were trying to make him look downtrodden and that he lost it all. Then I think they needed to show, because when a first-round draft pick for the NFL is already cut from the team 19 months after they drafted you, they've already cut you. You're a first-round quarterback, former high. By the way, there was a lot of accolades that came with this guy. First of all, the first freshman ever to win the Heisman Trophy.
Yep.
Am I not right?
Yes.
2. He was just, unbelievable. He was pop culture. He was Johnny Football. Every once in a while, these football guys come around and they become pop culture. Obviously, Travis Kelce is now with the help of Taylor Swift. But you had Deion Sanders back in the day, prime time. You got Patrick Mahomes, and they become these franchises within themselves. Well, Johnny Football, while still in college, was a huge pop culture thing.
Yep.
And so you got that guy who goes to Cleveland, doesn't prepare, didn't watch 1 second of film, flames out, does things like this. Cleveland has a home game. He flies out Saturday to Vegas on a private plane. Now, he has to be he has to be at the stadium by 8 or 9. Brian, for a 1 o'clock game, I think they get there at 8 or 9 for a 1 o'clock.
For taping.
Yeah,
they got a lot. They got to get. Taped up, hydrated,
right,
all that stuff.
And at the minimum 3 hours. So he gambles all night in Cleveland and missed his. I guess he had a private plane deal. But they only give you a certain window before they go, because they'll get another customer. He missed his flight and he missed the game, and that's when they cut him.
Yeah.
But Lummy, it would have been cool to see him go to the Canadian League, and then didn't he try the Arena League?
Well, no, it was the fan-controlled football
he did
league.
The AAF, which was
Alliance of American
league.
Football.
Yeah, and then he did that fan-controlled league, and then he was supposed to be a player coach in the.
I think the fan-controlled league was literally within the last 2 years.
Yeah,
well,
anyway,
2022, yeah.
It further kind of the whole thing was kind of burying him and making him look like he was so irresponsible and a jackass, and he owned it all. That's what's cool. He didn't make any excuses for it. He's like, listen, I am a complete screw up. I did, boom. But I think you could have gone a couple more layers into the screw up deal that would have made sense, and for the average viewer, they would have liked it. Right?
Yeah, I think right now they taken a deeper dive.
Right now they leave it as, okay, his last screw up was getting cut from the Browns. Well, no, he went on to two other attempts of playing football that he messed up too. Right?
Yeah. Well, technically 3.
I think those last 2, he may have just been looking for a paycheck. Like the Alliance of American Football, that was out of his hands.
And I'd like to know, wouldn't you like to know, because Americans love to keep score. Look, all you do is ask the woman here. loves to keep score. Americans are real nosy on your finances. They really. So, Brian, as much as that publicly he signed for, I forget what he got. What did he get? 8.5 up front, Lummy, something like that.
From the Browns.
But it would be interesting, and he was blowing money, and he was getting some shady-handed, autographs of money. But it would be interesting for them to say, and currently Johnny Football has a worth of, and you get a number in there, $350,000. Right?
Yeah, sure.
People want to know that you lost it all. They do. They don't want you to rebound and do good. They want you to lose it all. They want you to be on Skid Row.
Good news doesn't travel fast.
True. So I watched it. I didn't like it. I was like, I didn't really like it. Then I started getting into this new Netflix John Gotti deal. And I kind of was like, I've seen this story from like 5 different documentaries. Anybody ever watch? I think it came out in 2014, so I don't want you to clown me. But it's called The 7-5, and it's the 75th precinct of New York.
On Amazon?
Yeah, I don't know where it's at. But it's called The 75, and it's these cops, Brian, and it's the 75th precinct of the New York Police Department, and these guys were like bodyguarding, like they would be in on the drugs, and there was 3 dudes, Brian, and they charged the drug dealers $26,000 down and $8,000 a week.
I sent you a trailer.
They had their own ring on the side.
Yeah, and for protection, and so they would hear during roll call or during something that, the police department or the agency was looking at these guys, rumor has it there's a lot of weight being thrown through here. And so they would give the guys the heads up. And so when the New York Police Department would go in there and try to bust these guys, there'd be nothing, like no evidence at all, because the boys already came in and gave them the heads up. I would highly recommend it. It was super good.
Okay. I don't know the language on the trailer, but
let me see here. Hold on. And I gave him the heads up.
I think you already said that.
Hold on, I did.
I think you said.
No, I have to be so comatose that I will, when I get to the passenger seat, I will sleep. So I can't see. That's way
wow. That's a blast,
man. That's like yesterday's show. So
might as well be.
We're driving to LJ one time, and I'm like, Erica, you have to look.
She's tailgating.
Thank you. This is it. Brian, you would probably, well, maybe Lummy.
Yeah.
Would really like this just because you're a lawyer and stuff. Let me see here. All right, come on. Rated R, appropriate age.
New York is in the grips of a crime wave.
It was like the heyday of crack.
It was violent, man.
Homicides, robberies, rapes. It was a war zone.
East New York, Brooklyn, 7-5 precinct, the deadliest precinct in the country.
And so, sometimes, Brian, they pull over these drug dealers, and they'd have $50,000 in cash and 2 kilos in the trunk, and they would just say, "Okay, today's your lucky day. We're taking the cash and the drugs and get the hell out of here." And then they would go sell it.
Who did I burn to get put here? It would scare Clint Eastwood.
When I first went to the precinct, I hear about this guy, Mike Dowd.
This is a guy. Mike Dowd, Lummy.
That's the guy?
This is the main dude.
That is the prototypical cop stash.
Looks like Jeff Gordon from 89. Is that not the ultimate cop stash?
Yes.
Like that, I mean, you could be like a car salesman, and if you told somebody, you're like, "Man, bitch, you're a cop. That's the biggest cop stash I've ever seen in my entire life."
Crook.
You're undercover cop if you're telling me you're a car salesman.
Who ended up wearing a cop's uniform.
He was a criminal.
Once in a generation, corrupt cop.
Once in a generation.
Yeah, once in a generation.
Sure.
Once per shift.
Once
per shift.
Once per shift, corrupt cop.
Not even agency. Here's the dude. This is the bad guy right here. This right here.
That's Stash Guy?
Yeah, this is Stash Guy.
Oh.
Both a cop and a gangster.
He's a double agent, essentially.
No, he did 12 years.
Hills and all that other stuff. The ghetto is one of the richest neighborhoods there is.
There. So they're like, man, screw all. The ghetto has the most money in it. You just got to find it and take it, because people in the ghetto can't report the crime. right?
Yeah.
You know, drug dealer can't call up, hello, New York Prison. Yeah, I just want to let you know, man, 2 cops just came in and took 3 of my keys and $50,000 cash.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say nothing.
They'd say 5 racks these days.
Maybe there's some way we can make money from this.
La Compañía. It's a very serious Dominican gang.
$24,000 in our hands to talk.
Mike was of rain.
24 to talk to him, Brian, and then $8,000 a week
from each gang.
From this guy right
Just
here.
one.
From this guy, so that he could, so they would thumb. There were 2 dudes in the 75th that were slinging drugs. This guy here, who was doing business with the boys, and the other guy who was getting busted every other weekend.
No problem.
In his business, if you mess up, you got killed.
I know this is from 2014, man, but if you got a chance to find or to watch it, it is unbelievable. Rico from Fatheads told me about it.
I'm a New York City cop. I'm taking a risk of going to jail for a long period of time, and you're going to short me a dime?
Oh, by the way, so the first transaction, Brian, the bad guy, because he's a bad guy, he's a drug dealer, right?
Yeah.
He shorted little Danny DeVito there. He shorted him $800.
And he's a cop, right?
And he's a cop.
Jeez.
So the cop went in there, man, with his gun out and put it to his head and said, "Bitch, you're gonna short me $800? I'll kill." Like.
That's the way you got to do it, man.
And he's supposed to be a cop. He's supposed to be a cop. He's like Pat McGovern. The biggest police corruption scandal in a generation. Listen, don't think that there aren't some real shady cops out there. Listen, nobody's more pro-cop than me. But, man, some of them are up to no good.
Anytime you have
prosecuting
power,
attorneys.
Yeah, anytime you have a power system, you're going to have corruption.
Judges.
Or just people.
Well, people, but especially when there's a power system set up, it magnifies it.
Especially when that person that you're dealing with can control your freedom.
No doubt.
Right, Brian?
Yeah.
Like, that guy is so powerful that he can control whether you're walking around as a free person or in jail.
Now, was this cop actually slinging drugs?
Oh, yeah, they were.
Hold on. Or was he just allowing the gangs to do what they do and turning a blind eye on them?
Both.
Okay.
So he would take the drugs from the bad guys, arrest them, then either sling that himself or give it to his other guy.
Yeah, the cops had a whole operation.
Yeah, they had
on
a
the
whole
side going
operation.
on.
So when he went to, the good guy was guy A. So he's protecting guy A for $26,000 down to talk to him and $8,000 a month. Well, guy B is guy A's competition.
Right.
So the dirty cop would just be leaning on guy B and arresting him and arresting his boys and his runners and then confiscating the coke
contraband, yeah.
and taking it over to guy A. And then the guy A would say, "Listen, I'll give you half of the profits on this, so you're going to get 15." They were selling it for like 28, 30 a key.
His word against mine.
And this guy, and you know what? Do you know what got him in trouble, Brian?
Well, don't ruin the movie for everybody.
Well, I'm just saying.
If people want to see the documentary.
That's history.
That's true. That's true. I'm not going to say it. I'm sorry.
Not spoiler alert.
Thanks.
And I'm a cop. I'd break your neck if your neck needs breaking.
I had 3 machines counting money, and it's still not.
Can you imagine if you had 3 machines, Brian, counting money, and you still can't keep up on counting money?
It's like the serious days for you, man.
I had 25 back there counting my money all day.
And the merch time.
Everybody on the floor now. There's no becoming a cop again.
You're going to have me killed.
We knew we were up against a really tough crew.
And by the way, it's a true story.
A month ago, I was a regular cop, and now I'm a criminal.
That's what they taught us in the police academy. Got a guy in the front, a guy in the back, got an entry team.
You felt like you were God.
The normal person.
Brian, they go in on a drug dealer, bust the door down, steal all the stuff, and then leave, and then not even really call it in.
Doing wrong is going to have a fear of being caught.
Like, this is in the mid-'80s. This is the Wild West of New York in the mid-'80s. Remember,
Oh, man.
I think before
Times Square
Giuliani
was a cesspool.
Oh, yeah. Giuliani's the one that... Isn't
Yeah, he
Giuliani the
cleaned
one
it
that
up.
came in and kind of really... And I think he's the one that came up with the stop and frisk.
Yeah, he cleaned up New York City.
Yeah, I know.
Especially Times Square.
But it started
in that
with
area.
his infamous... It started out with his infamous stop and frisk. They literally... His cops were in... I don't know if this is legal or not, but you literally would walk up to a black guy and just say, "Hold it right there. Okay, I'm going to..." And then frisk him.
Yeah, totally racist policy because they weren't doing it down in Wall Street where every single day trader had coke on.
Right, exactly. No, it was
every
totally
single one of those guys was snorting.
100% stereotyping, 100%, just profiling, just 100% wrong.
Yep.
You'd see some black guy, he just walking down the street, they'd be like, hold it right there, buddy. Put your hands up. Put your hands against the wall. Man, I ain't done nothing, man. Stop. Quiet. You got anything in your pocket's gonna stick us or something? Man, and the guy, and this black guy had maybe a joint or something, right? Oh, you're good. And they would take that guy downtown. Meanwhile, everybody on Wall Street had methamphetamine and coke and everything, right? But nobody got stopped and frisked down there at all. It's not a wonder Giuliani didn't get more lawsuits, right? Or does he have municipal?
It was a different time back then. You know?
I never had a fear
they said
about
the crime
getting...
dropped dramatically. It went from 33.
So it
it worked.
Yeah. Well, it would. Yeah.
Listen, I'm not saying that this technique isn't effective.
No, it would have worked too, though, if you were doing the same thing down in the Wall Street district.
Because they were buying from those guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's it would
You'd
work.
had 1,400 less stockbrokers one particular day, but
Wall Street shut down today. We have no brokers.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's not Black Monday, the worst trading day. It's the fact that almost all the brokers got arrested for coke.
If they raided the floor of Wall Street on a Tuesday afternoon, a Friday afternoon at 3 p.m., nobody would be there Monday morning.
Actually, your Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday would be better because those are the days the guys really grind so they can take Fridays off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they're carrying on Fridays because they're partying that all weekend.
Yeah, you're right. They're trying to load up for a Saturday-Sunday combo.
Absolutely.
I did not have any fear.
Because the cops around me would never give me up.
Look at those cops.
So they did.
The 7.5. It's really, really, really good. Anybody watching the morning show except me on Apple with Jennifer Aniston and?
No, I got stuck in season 2 and I haven't gotten out of it. I need to get back into it.
It's pretty good, man.
Yeah,
it's pretty good, pretty strong. So you're familiar with it, right?
Yes.
I left Billions during COVID. Now supposedly Billions have come back, but Axelrod, the main character, I think in real life, his wife died in real life, and so he needed to be off the and so they wrote him off the show, and he was the main dude. But supposedly he's coming back now. I don't know.
Yeah, it says he's going to return for the final Showtime season.
I just got to find out where I left off at. It was sometime during. Boy, COVID really screwed up all of these shows. Did it not?
They had the writer's strike.
Yeah.
Now is the writer still striking?
No, that's over.
No, now the SAG strike is still whatever SAG's doing still going on.
That's Screen Actors Guild.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
You're a member, right?
Yeah, I'm a member.
So you're
on strike, but yeah, you should not be on Rumble right now.
He's in need. The Love Sponge of serious psychotherapy. Bubba the Love Sponge.
Stand in solidarity with your fellow man. You scab.
This isn't a union shop.
Scag, more like scab mowers.
Yeah, the strike's fucked up Yellowstone. So then it's fucking.
What's going to happen to Yellowstone?
They fucking just keep saying it's delayed. They're gonna start working on it. I think it's all about Kevin Costner. They want to get him back. His fucking wife divorcing him really fucked him up.
I want my season of Curb, man.
I've been so off of Curb so long.
No, it's been you. I think you saw the last season. They shot COVID. Fucked it. They did the post-COVID season, and then they shot another one. They finished shooting last December, and it's still not out.
Oh, now Yellowstone's saying that they're gonna start shooting right after the actor strike. So whenever the fuck this actor strike ends. Jesus Christ, it's gonna be 2025.
But the good thing about Curb, Brian, is that you could skip, you could miss the last 2 seasons and start with a new episode from it's so just. You can pick up in any season, as long as you know the characters,
right?
You can pick up what's going on.
They're saying late 2023, early 2024, but we're in late 2023. So what the fuck?
No, yeah, we're well late.
I mean, this was an October article, but Yeah.
They can't roll a show out in 60 days.
I mean, they could, but they're not going to. They're going to tease it, so I'm thinking probably like March of 24.
Well, you're not going to roll a show out in the final quarter.
Right.
Because
Well,
everybody's
people will
watching.
different.
You got two major holidays in that final quarter that really disrupts people's routine.
Yeah. They're saying this might be the last season of Curb, but now somebody's saying it won't, but we don't know.
I mean, I don't know how much longer Larry David can do it.
No, he can do it. He's awesome.
It's just how much he wants to do it.
Yeah. Well, they were talking about doing some sort of Seinfeld reboot too, or what you eating, Bubs?
I had a egg sandwich.
Are you still on the factor tip?
A little bit, but they're so expensive.
I know, but it's so good and so convenient.
I know.
You good, let me step out. Gotta go
Of course,
eat.
Brian, you're good.
Who scratched this door?
He wants killed.
Yeah, no shit. Fucking Brian just always going after somebody. If it's not Dr. Dan, me, you. He is that little fucking nerd in high school that you just wanted to always bash.
Mm-hmm. He's a little fucking know-it-all bitch, and he's the kind of guy that we used to beat up on.
Yeah, because he'd go tell the DFP.
No, because you told him to shut the fuck up, and then he'd shut the fuck up until you went like 2-3 away. Then he'd schmar me some bullshit out.
Yep. Fucking little smarmy bitch. When Ellen Close Hall of Famer. You don't want to beat him up too bad because then he's that nerd you want to fucking.
What?
I said you don't want to beat him up too bad because then he's the nerd that you want to fucking cheat off of.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, the Yellow Bird Willie. Good morning, Nick the Gun Guy. Jason Hickler. He is Carlos Mandingo.
Bubba almost had a lawsuit on the BRN there. Is that a fucking wee pad in the dark hallway there, or what?
What?
What's on the floor on the way to the green?
I don't know, Brian. I'm preparing next break.
I don't know.
Almost fucking slipped and died.
Oh my Jesus.
You have to call yourself.
Almost blew an ACL
Go ahead.
out.
And go ahead and guarantee the fact that you'll never be in the radio ever again. Like anybody else would put you on.
Get $300,000. Would you leave the show for $300,000 cash? Be done with it.
Plead the fifth.
Let me get ready to beat him up.
All right, I got the belt ready to
I know.
go across his creek.
I know your price.
Macho, make sure you turn off his camera.
Probably $100,000. If I said $100,000 cash, tax free. You can snipe Anna for $100, probably $50,000 cash. You're like, I'm leaving anyways. If somebody gives me some money, that'd be great.
Hey, anybody who wants to leave. Like, that's my policy. Go ahead, get the fuck out.
It's a good policy to have. You're not a prisoner.
This isn't Gaza. You can live.
But what I'm saying is, like, if anybody thinks that they fucking are, bigger than the show and can do their own thing and wants to fucking leave. Like, I'll even, fucking promote your new shit if you want to leave.
Hey, Bubba,
You're hearing the world through his prism.
You got a sick and twisted world perspective.
That's almost a challenge for me now.
Bubba.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Man, lots of stuff going on during the hot mic.
I sent you
Brian just is about as irritating as it can, as a person can be.
He's a little gnat in your
Just
ear.
a little dick.
And
Just
God
a little,
bless him for it.
Have you always gone through life being like that little prick, that little know-it-all, smart at like, back when you were in high school and like a big football player like me or Lummy would walk up and try to bully you? Would you have that, smart ass little, just? Ugh.
Yeah, but I got along with everybody at the end of the day.
Because you just figured out how otherwise you get your ass kicked.
Exactly.
Lummy, listen, all like the WWE and then like the Packers, and all those one-off stuff that we do video-wise. You got to get like Cantrell and the
course.
Bubba Army and stuff to get it into Reddit pages and groups and things like that in order to really get it to explode. So will you make a note of that for me, please? Thank you. I met this guy in 1985. Bobby Knight. Bobby Knight died yesterday at age 83.
Very sad.
Really, really. I mean, you either liked Bobby Knight or you didn't like Bobby Knight.
Or maybe you didn't know who he was.
Well,
like some people.
Yeah. And that gets me to another discussion I was going to have here just a few minutes ago about people thinking they're all that. Like right now, we're getting ready to get into sports, so Anna's being a bitch. She just said that right now. That was her ulterior motive. Is that we're getting ready to talk about Bobby Knight, and she has to throw her little squirrel bitch.
You said there were two categories of people. I'm saying there was three.
She was kind of clowning herself.
Yeah.
Shut up, Brian. She just
don't defend me.
Yeah, don't defend her.
I wasn't really defending
but
you.
When I
was offering a different perspective.
I got an announcement, Lummy.
Yes, okay, I'm listening.
And anybody that thinks that the show is keeping them down, or they don't want to be on the show, or they think that they're not happy with me and the direction that I take the show daily, or am taking the show, or how they just don't like me. They think that I am a horrible host, and they truly don't pledge their allegiance to me, and they just are just they just whatever. I have an open door policy. You can leave. Anybody who wants
Brian,
to
where
leave,
are you going?
Bye, Brian.
Anybody who I'm not begging anybody to stay. Even Lummy, if you even came to me, is like, hey, I just want to let you know, I got a better job working at a major fish wholesaler deal. Gonna make $120, but I just, I love you and everything, buddy. But
Morris's Meats wants to hire me on to do that.
Yeah, they're hiring.
$8 an hour.
Or that's one way where I can't match what potentially you could make, and so I would be like, yeah, please go. Maybe we could incorporate you into the show in some way, shape, or form. Then there's the other person that just does not like me and thinks, like Rhett the first time he left. Let's just be honest, Rhett. I mean, we can be true to the game. You left the first time because you didn't like me. I adore the hell out of you right now, so don't give me the silent treatment, bitch. This is a good time for us to talk about this.
I don't think he's there.
He's coming back in. He was grabbing
him and
something.
Mach were each kind of as soon as we go back on the air, they go back and fillet each other.
Yeah, exactly.
They were doing something.
Were you in
Brian.
mid-fellatio of Macho Man? Because seems like we can never get a hold of you guys, and you guys might be filleting. Just asking for a friend.
No, I played the fifth.
All right, cool. So, let's just be honest. The first time you left here, you are one of the very few people that came back. But the first time you left here is because you didn't like me. For real. Let's just be honest. We're buddies now. We're buddies.
Be honest. I'm going to hold it against you forever.
No.
But be honest. I'm going to mark the tape, but be honest.
Shut up, Brian, before I smash you in the mouth. God. Lummy. I just want to ball up and hit him.
Yes.
I'm so glad you're here today, Brian.
I would.
Take the heat off me a little.
I would like to one of these days, grapple.
I mean, what you want to?
I want a UFC Brian.
Yes.
I do. You know what? Let me take that back, Anna. UFC involves standing up and hitting. I want to jiu-jitsu him, but that's your starting point is at
you
your
do start
knees.
on the ground. No, you don't start on your
If
knees.
you ever get within 50 pounds of me, I will agree to that.
No,
I'm not wrestling you with a 100-pound weight advantage.
You better start eating, buddy.
Well, so anyway, I would love just to have a few moments with you. So anyway, Rat,
I'd stretch you out.
Oh, you know what? Let's do it right now. Let's go right now.
There's no way.
I'll tell you what. I'll start on my back, and you can be in the pinning position.
A little jujitsu.
I'll start on my back, and we will, we'll folk style wrestle or jujitsu. We'll do jujitsu, and I'll start, and we can start however you want. Either my guard, you start in I start in your guard.
How about from standing, like a true match?
Okay, good. And I lay down. He could just start kicking me if he wanted to.
Just windmilling.
And I can't ever get up. I have to stay on the ground the entire time. And you could just kick my ribs and everything, but you better hope
jujitsu.
You better hope I don't grab that foot just one time, because if I get your foot one time, you're coming down and you're gonna literally. Have you seen those big industrial grinders like you can throw an engine block in?
Oh yeah.
And that's what I'm gonna be to his face. I'm gonna engine grind his face. So anyway, Rhett, let's just be honest. The first time you left without Brian's participation, just on your own, the first time you left, it was because you didn't like me.
It was because I was mad at you.
Okay. And have we ever talked about what you were mad at me about?
No.
Perfect.
I guess we are.
And I want you to and listen. I'm going to be very upset if I feel you're not being honest with me. I want you to be please.
Okay.
Yeah, even as bad as it may,
Interesting dilemma.
Even as bad as it may make me or you look, or both of us, I really want to talk this out honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Because
because
you're securely employed now. I love you. In fact, I opened up the show or relatively there, thanking you for what you've done. And you have absolutely been since you've been back, you've made such a huge difference on our YouTube. Like, you've really dialed that thing in.
And I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And you are killing it, buddy.
Thank you.
And I even said thank you this morning, which should show you that I have nothing but love and admiration in my heart for you. So even if you had come back and said, you know what, I thought you were a fat ass, and I thought you were a liar, promised me this, you didn't do that, you used to yell at me a lot, and I felt like I couldn't even talk to you and everything, just a big dick. If that's how, I want you to be honest. Like, if that's
it was mostly like one event that put me over. And
what?
It was, so you remember.
Hold on. You got to understand, you can't usually start off with that, okay?
And time out. One event that put you over, which means there was a lot of events that had led you to the edge.
Sure. Okay. But it was a lot of outside interference as well. So I had gone on vacation. I had gone to Tennessee to go see my dad. We went on a riding trip up in the mountains, and we were camping. And I did not have any signal at all. So when I went up there, I was unreachable for about 6 days.
Did you tell me this before going?
I did. I told you twice.
Okay.
And this was a
what
trip.
What time did you tell me? After 2?
Shut up, Brian.
This was a trip that was rescheduled from earlier in the year because I was going to go up there in April, the first week of April, but I got COVID.
You blame it on me too?
I got it from work. I got it from work. I didn't get it from you. I could have got it from anyone else that worked here.
I can sniff anything out, please.
I could have got it.
So
I could have got it from anyone else that worked here.
You feel you got COVID from me.
No, I got it from work.
Everybody thinks that I'm the one that brought the COVID strain into the building.
You farted in the mic.
But we all figured out that Tom Beam's the one that brought it back to America.
Yeah.
He was patient 0 from India.
Yeah. So anyway, you're mad because you think I got you COVID, and so which made you had to reschedule your Tennessee trip to see your father. So now you finally go to your Tennessee trip to see your father. You've told me, let me just see if I got this correct or not. You tell me before you go that there's limited cell service up there, so you may not be available. So see you later, Bubba.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Now what could happen in that scenario?
Now, there was an issue on my end. So we had videos scheduled out for that week, but I didn't have them scheduled for every single day that we were gone. I think it was like 3 or 4 days short of content. And one of the last things that had gone up, I remember, was like a head PE interview from back in the day. It was the video from like 2010 or something. And you hated it. You were so pissed about it. And
did it suck? I mean, was it pretty horrible?
Yeah, the views weren't great.
There you go.
It wasn't the best.
So, I mean, I want to validate, me. And I mean, like,
some people liked it, but not everybody liked it.
If it killed and I was still being a dick, then that's being a dick. But if it fell flat on its face and I'm being a dick, well, then it it may have been warranted.
Right.
You got to understand, please don't get mad at me for saying this, but, I do have to run. Like, I do got to be the boss. Like, I got to
I know.
I got to try to stay on top of stuff.
Yeah.
And when my employees are messing up, try to, motivate them into not messing up.
Mm-hmm. Okay. No, I understand.
Okay,
I could have
sorry.
been better. Definitely some stuff I should have done better.
Okay, continue on.
But by that point, I was unreachable, so I was not responding. So as the days would go on, you would text my phone. And you would get increasingly.
This thing sucks. This guy won't get back to me.
Oh my God! There's nothing you can do in the world worse than to ghost Bubba.
Well, I mean, there was not only texts from Bubba, but there were texts in the group chat of like, "Where the hell is Rhett? Why is he not responding?
What the f- is going on?
This guy's going to be lucky if he has a job to come back to next week."
I was calling him like 5 times.
Yeah, I
a
had
day.
30 missed calls.
Oh.
So I get a text that says, "Hey, buddy, I'm just letting you know that Bubba called a mandatory meeting for Tuesday morning," because I think we had that Monday off. Bubba called a mandatory meeting on Tuesday morning. I know you're not supposed to be back until Wednesday, but he said if you are not here on Tuesday, he cannot guarantee you have a job.
I don't remember any of this. Lummy, can you verify or deny any of this?
So I had to drive.
Hold on, I should be quiet. Lummy.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. Let me put your 3 fingers up and say, yes, indeed, Big Papa, you did act that way. Say it.
Yes, Bubba. Big Papa, I'm sorry that you did act that way.
And Red is telling the truth.
Red is telling the truth.
And you were being impossible. Say it. You were being impossible, Daddy.
Say it.
You were being impossible.
Okay.
Daddy.
All right, that's fine. Okay, okay. So go ahead. So then at that point, you have to cut your vacation short, and drive all the way, out 9, 8, 10 hours, from wherever to get here in time for my big mandatory meeting that I was going to have.
Yeah.
And probably the entire time you're driving, you're saying, that motherfucker, I can't think that I'm,
I wasn't happy.
At the top of your Christmas card list at that juncture.
I definitely wasn't happy. I drove overnight because we didn't get back from our trip until Monday afternoon.
And I got to think, too, that the meeting was probably just pretty stupid. Like it wasn't anything that couldn't have waited to the next day.
Well, I would say 80% of the meeting was, right, you have absolutely effed us on the YouTube. I don't know how we're going to recover from this. You have just absolutely screwed the pooch on this one, buddy. This is the worst thing you could have possibly done. You left us in such a horrible spot, and I can't believe that you would do this to us, and this and that and this and that. And then you left. And then as soon as you left, I looked at everybody, and I was like, all right, guys, this is going to be my last day here.
Really?
I'm pretty sure that's exactly how I said it.
Now hold on. Now what did Anna say? What did Lummy say? And was Seth here at the time?
No, Seth.
All right. So who was Lummy? Who was all in the meeting?
It was Anna, myself, and Blitz. That was the 3.
And so I leave, and they're all still left in the room.
Yeah.
And you'd make your announcement that I'm out of here. You're out of here. What does I want to know what Anna and what Lummy said to you? Anna, what did you say? What? I'm sorry, what?
If
Anna probably said
so
something
I'm
like,
incriminating myself.
I'm not that far behind you, buddy.
Anna.
I ain't incriminating. I don't remember. I do not recall.
Anna.
Oh, come on.
Anna,
You
come
gotta
on.
shoot straight.
We're at a
I
whole...
do not recall.
Anna, we're at a
Rhett,
whole...
what did Anna say? And if Rhett's got to say it, then you're fired.
No, she's not fired, but we can just tell she's a no good dirty. So, Rhett, what did Anna say?
Just the general stuff, It sucks
I don't blame you.
It sucks to hear that. I'm sorry. It was good working with you again.
Did she stand up for you? Like, yeah, it's screwed up that Bubba's doing that.
That he's a piece of shiz.
No.
Be honest.
No.
Okay.
Don't lie like you do.
No, it was just the general. Yeah.
Well, she's not going to say anything because she doesn't want to lose her job because she starts getting scared. Bubba's blowing people out. And then, Lummy, what did you say?
I told Rhett to go home and think about it and come back tomorrow, and it'll probably be all better. I said, you'll probably take a couple days of heat. I said, but just stick it out.
That should have been what you did.
Yeah. No, it should have been because
you went on to what? You went to go. I think after you quit, you worked at Aldi's or something like that. I mean,
Amazon. I was doing Amazon delivery again.
I thought you were working at Aldi's as a cashier.
No.
And then you're down there at Mr. Clean working the drive-through car wash gimmick.
No, not quite. I went back to Amazon. I did delivery.
Yeah, and that's
what I was doing before I came here.
Can I ask you something? It probably pays pretty good, but does it suck?
Oh, it's the worst. It is the worst.
Sucks.
It is. I mean, the only thing worse I can imagine is working in the warehouse. Because at least with the truck, you have your own space all day. You're by yourself. Nobody's talking to you or bothering you.
Yeah, you're just kind of doing what you do.
Yeah.
Vaping.
Damn.
You were hitting the vape pen, forgetting where the addresses were, throwing the boxes on the other guy's lawn.
No, Amazon delivery is so easy, like a monkey could do it.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Clearly.
Jeez.
So now, did it ever come a point, though, Rhett, when you're like, man, maybe I shouldn't have been such a prick to Bubba and just maybe stuck around? Because
Wait, how is he a prick to you?
He quit. He could have been like Lummy and said, "Hey, I'm gonna let the storm die down." And because Lummy knows that in 2 days I'll forget it.
You can't quit me. It's Bubba Brokeback.
I mean, Lummy. Arguably, we're not going to mention what, but arguably, you made a colossal mess up. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
I mean, probably one of the biggest mess ups in the history of my show with regards to a person that's a producer or a co-host or that has a certain responsibility.
Yes.
It was I didn't fire you.
No. Put my head down, just work harder.
I mean, I called
Didn't you suspend him for like 30 days or something?
No, that was back. That was before I really worked.
No, I'm not talking about the thing that just happened. I'm talking about. Never mind.
Oh, wait, did I suspend you for 30 days when you were an intern?
Oh, no, that was back in the day when I was just coming in and helping out doing the after show before
For
I really
free.
came back. Yeah.
Yeah, if you work here for free, then that really my wrath on you doesn't really count.
You suspended a volunteer for 30 days. That's
how much
such
of a dick
player move.
That is Bubba Must all day.
You're not allowed to give me your free labor anymore.
Yeah.
How about that?
I'm so cool that I'm not even allowing you to work for me for free, bitch. That's how mad I am.
That's pretty
bitch.
pimp.
Pimp, get out of here. So anyway, Rat. I mean, I don't know. I think we have a whole different level of respect for each other, and I think maybe you got a whole different level of respect for me. Sometimes having to be the boss every once in a while.
Yeah, coming back was the best thing I could have probably ever done.
Yeah.
Did you buy yourself a satellite phone this time?
Yeah.
No, but he got himself a wiener dog.
No more Cricket Wireless.
He got himself a wiener dog.
Sure did.
I mean, look how cool it is to work here. Like, how many places would let you bring your wiener dog every day to work, and you could, have him right there with you.
She's out back playing with Bella right now.
Yeah, playing with Bella. Like you can do about anything here. Right, Lummy?
Yeah, of course.
Like, it's not that bad, right?
It's not that bad.
I mean, yeah, you got to deal with me sometimes, but come on, cuz. It's not bad.
Lummy, I can't even think. When's the last time I even got on you, Lummy?
I don't remember. It's been a long time.
Probably that
thing.
The big thing.
Yep. Other than that, nope.
And Rat, I can't think of the last time I got on you. Have I got on you?
You were mad at me for a little while because of the points thing.
Yeah, and you know what? And now that you look back on it, what do you think about you? How do you feel about that? Do you think that maybe you should have shut your mouth on that deal?
I plead the fifth.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Don't ask me the question.
I'm not.
Thank you.
Just a filler reminder, I'll be at EDC and not this weekend, but the following, so I won't have phone service. So just make sure you write that down.
I already have it written on my calendar.
God bless
Mach not available.
Awesome.
On that Monday or Tuesday.
We're having a meeting on Tuesday afternoon.
Tell Mach stop dropping pills and sober up because we got a meeting on that Tuesday. I don't even do meetings anymore. Right?
No.
I mean, like, just and the meetings that we have are just so that we're all on the same page about something that's,
we're working on.
Don't forget about that meeting we have on Monday.
We do have
great.
We do have a big meeting on Monday. It's a big one. You guys better give me notes for that meeting. I need notes. Okay.
Do I need to be in attendance for this meeting or no?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you could be if you wanted to, but
I just need to know if I need to be there. So I don't miss it.
No, you don't.
Okay.
I mean, you know what? You could be if you wanted, but it's nothing that you're doing or involved in, and it would just.
But couldn't she help out some way?
Not really.
Okay.
It's all pretty much all done. Like, I mean, it's
That's
literally.
the perfect time to help out.
It's pretty much all done.
Yeah.
It's actually like, pulling teeth like the sports talk. Anna, you'll be.
Whoa. I love sports. I don't know about you,
Appreciate
but
not being
I
there.
love sports.
Well, good, because we're going to get into Bobby Knight, one of the greatest college basketball coaches in the history in the NCAA. And like Bobby Knight could treat his players the way he did nowadays, man, right?
It's just like you. It's like you from the 90s and 2000s.
Bubba Knight.
And Bubba 2021. You're Bubba Knight. I think a lot of your managerial style you took from Bobby Knight.
The real target of the vast right-wing conspiracy.
What the hell?
What the hell? What the? Bubba the Love Sponge.
It was, I've heard the word surreal, and that's all there is for it.
No, he got fired eventually, but
Then he went to Texas Tech.
yeah.
He was just acting.
Took them to the Final Four, didn't he?
He got
Texas
fired
Tech?
when Indiana stopped winning. So when Indiana stopped winning, he lost
Not
his
really.
ability to
you
yeah.
people in the news media all you.
What was the speech he gave in 1994? When I die, I hope they buried me upside down so all my critics can kiss my
It
ass.
should be in this one because it's top 10.
And you don't have to bleep one single word of this.
Yeah.
I had a friend one time that said, why had
He said, old Bobby and I would have said something a year ago. I would have said what a shithead question that was.
and he said, because I outlived all those sons of that didn't like me. Just remember when you're at a game and you see grass, you see opposite side of the ball, but you see hardwood out there, it's the other end of the floor. Try to help you young guys in this profession you've chosen.
Yeah, they hadn't made it to a Sweet 16 in 6 seasons when they got rid of him. They were getting bounced in the first round of the NCAAs every year.
Red sweater I've had on in 6 years. I can't tell you.
Yeah, last time he missed it was the 84-85 season. Yeah, they made it quite a bit.
Relative lack of knowledge of the game with a statement like that. Let's just start.
He missed the NCAA tournament 1, 2, 3, 4.
What are we counting?
How many times he missed the NCAA tournament?
He won it 3 times.
No, yeah, but they only missed it like 3 or 4 times in the time he was there.
Which is pretty good.
Oh no, I think that's 3 times that they did. That they won the I think they won the NAIA 1 or 2 of those times.
The NIT.
That's what I meant. The NIT.
They won in 879.
Right.
And they made it to the finals in 84, 85.
Yeah, that was the last season he didn't make the NCAA tournament.
He did Texas Tech. He did pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was Texas Tech. They're not really known for a big basketball school. Didn't he get fired because of choking that kid? From came out and choked.
Choked the kid out by accident?
Yeah, I think so. But
they made the NCAA.
I mean, statistically, he was a hell of a fucking coach.
Yeah, no, he was. He's up there.
662 and 239 is pretty fucking.
He allegedly grabbed a student by the arm in the hallway, which violated the zero tolerance
Yeah,
policy.
he literally grabbed a student by his arm and ushered him out of the area that Knight was in, ushered him out the door like he would just grab.
They were looking for a reason to can him though.
And no, that guy's dad was a lawyer in Indianapolis and threatened to make this a big fucking huge lawsuit if they didn't get rid of him.
He called him like, "What's up, Bobby?"
No, he called him Knight.
Knight.
Mm-hmm. And Coach liked to be called Coach Knight.
Just like
And it was really well known that if you called him anything other than Coach Knight, that he would fucking correct you. Much like not calling Dan Doctor.
Oh, he's one of those arrogant bastards?
Yes. Well, he's old school. He thought you were supposed to, address your elders in a certain way and not just call them by their last name.
What if somebody was older than him?
Well, then I'm sure he would allow it.
Oh, okay.
He was fucking old school, man. He was straight fucking old school.
Hey, coach at the Army.
He coached Mike Krzyzewski.
Yeah, I know. He coached Bill Parcells.
I know.
Well, didn't coach him, but he's part of his coaching tree. Yeah, Mike Krzyzewski's the most successful modern college basketball.
And he learned under Bob Knight.
Yep, as a player and coach.
Yep.
But it's amazing he had such a different style. Now, he cursed like a sailor, Krzyzewski, but he never got physical.
Well, he wasn't a very big guy like fucking Knight was. Knight was a fucking mountain of a man.
Yeah, that's
Knight
true.
was like 6'6", fucking 300. He's a big dude. When I met him, I'm like, my God, this guy's a fucking giant. Let me look at Bob Knight's height, and I thought he was 6'5", 265.
6'5", nailed it.
Yep. When I met him, he was 6'5", 265. Now, that's a big dude.
Sure.
Lummy,
Yeah.
what are you? You 6'5"?
Yeah.
Okay, so Lummy's height, but not as fat.
Yeah.
And mean as a snake, like not a softie like Lummy's softie. Knight was just fucking would fucking look right through you. Ready to whip your fucking ass.
Fat and soft.
Wow, he was 185 pounds when he died.
Yeah, well, what was he in 1976 when he went 32-0?
I don't know. I mean, I think you're probably right, somewhere around 265.
Can anybody, without Googling it, name the starting five? I can.
Nope.
From the 76?
That should be on the Teaching
Scotty
Test in
May,
California.
Scotty May, Quinn Buckner, Randy Whitman, Randy Whitman, Scotty May, Kent Benson. Anyway, that's quite a bit. That's 3 of the 5.
Now he's Silent Night. Too soon?
Soon enough.
Randy Whitman.
Not
Ken Benson.
soon enough.
Let's bring on the pain. Let's bring on the noise. Now, are you happy you listened to me?
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
BubbaArmyMerch.com, Bubba Army store and shop. See, unlike Jonathan Morris, we have our own little storefront. And we're on the opposite ends of Jonathan Morris. Like, literally, you could order a piece of merchandise right now. And the merch crick will have it at the airport, shipped and ready to go by 10 o'clock.
And if you have issues, Todd Bubba Clem 8 at gmail.com. If there's any issues at all.
If you got any issues, it's Todd Allen, Bubba the Love Sponge, Clem, 66.
And that's the number of abortions he's had.
Oh. If you order meat from Jonathan Morris and you got dog food, sorry.
Call me at Hunter Law. I'm doing dog food cases.
Yeah. Salmonella from eating dog food.
Pound Law, that's all.
Just call 844-ASK-GINA and ask for the baby face. Woohoo! Anyway, we were talking about Bob Knight, the great Bobby Knight, 83, died last night. I think he had actually moved back to Bloomington like 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago after Texas Tech and wherever. He always hated Bloomington from the day after he left. They did him dirty. They really did. They did him dirty.
Yeah.
He did choke this one player out.
Okay.
One guy.
He choked one dude out, and they got video of it. And they had him on like a secret double probation, 0 tolerance. You can't put your hands on nobody else. Like, come on, Bobby. And then this kid from Indianapolis, this little rich kid, I guess from rumor has it or urban legend of Indiana, like me. I'm a true Bobby Knight fan and Hoosier. And so, my dad and I would always watch Indiana basketball. During that would be the game, Brian, that we would get. We got all the IU games, just geographically where we lived. That or Notre Dame. Never got Purdue. Either got IU or Notre Dame. Like with Digger Fowl. Man, I got to tell you, Notre Dame had some teams back in the day. Had Kelly Tripucka. They had Orlando. I forget what the guy's name is. Big black dude. They had Adrian Dantley. Or they had some pretty good teams too. So I grew up watching Bob Knight with my dad. Doug Clem's not really, that far off Bob Knight, to be honest with you. So when I'm watching Bob Knight, I'm like, that's what my dad would do. And so Bob Knight was so polarizing. So he put his hands on this one guy, and he shouldn't have done that. But whatever. So then the president of IU puts him on double secret probation, and there was this kid. And rumor has it his dad was like this highfalutin attorney. and he was in this area, like a study hall, kind of a commons area where Knight was. And he addressed Coach Knight as Knight. Like, what's up, Knight? And I guess Bobby stopped him and said, call me Coach Knight. He goes, whatever, Knight. Well, Bobby, Bobby's wired where if you're going to get yoked. You're just going to get, if you disrespect him 2 different times, throw it back in his face, man, Bobby Knight's going to yoke you.
And you said he was a mountain of a man.
He was 6'5", 230, 235. He was, like people don't think, like you saw Bobby Knight and you'd see him around his players. Well, the average college basketball player is probably 6'6", 6'7", 6'8".
Yeah.
So, he didn't tower over them and he wasn't, under him. He was always about the size of his players and people didn't realize he was a big man. Big man. And so this kid says, whatever, Knight. Bobby grabs him by the arm, much like you were kind of like, how sometimes when you got to take a drunk chick out of the club, you got to kind of yoke him by the arm. They're like, oh, stop grabbing me. I just want 2 more dances with my friends. Let me, don't touch me. Quit it. Like, drunk girl. A drunk girl arm grab. We all are familiar with that, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't reverse wrist lock him and put his elbow go in a different direction or anything. He just grabbed the guy by his upper bicep kind of deal and escorted him out of the area that Coach Knight was in. That's all that happened. Oh, that got him completely thrown out of Indiana because supposedly the kid's dad was like some highfalutin attorney and he was going to sue Bob, the university for,
According to the Wikipedia, his stepfather was once a local radio host and a fierce critic of Knight, and they were scared he was going to go and just berate Knight the whole time, which is why they fired him.
So we have a radio twist.
Yeah.
There you go. Bob Knight got fired because some radio guy's son acted like a dick.
Yep.
So he got shown the door. The guy won 3 national championships with Indiana. I mean, the guy, no matter if you like his coaching style or not, he was a real prick. Like he was a prick. And but man, if he could get when he got the right set of guys that believed in his system, he was one hell of a coach. He really was. And they got shown the door. He should have been, Lummy, like the way that Dean Smith was able to gracefully leave North Carolina, or the way Mike Krzyzewski is going to gracefully leave.
He did. He's been gone.
Yeah. He's gone.
Krzyzewski's been gone.
Yeah, last year he was.
But it was a very graceful, final year, right? It wasn't, you didn't get fired. They all wound these down. I don't know how John Wooden did it. I don't, we're not that old, but I don't know when John Wooden probably retired from UCLA, Lummy. It was probably a really cool fanfare deal. These legends of college basketball, that have gone on and retired from the school that they won the most national championships from. And, so just off the top of my head, Brian, I'm thinking of Krzyzewski probably had a really cool bow out at Duke, right?
Yeah, he lost to North Carolina in his final home game.
I know, but I mean the whole year it was all about Coach. It was all about Coach KB and Bill.
A farewell tour,
right?
So to speak.
And
I'm leaving on your own terms rather than the school terminating you. Did you know Wooden coached at Indiana State first?
Yes, it was called Indiana Teachers College.
Wow.
See. About 1959, 1954, something like that. Give me the dates.
It was 47 and 48.
All right, cool. Well, too far off. I said 54. 1 year at Indiana State University, which was called Indiana Teachers College. He's originally from a small town in Indiana. Look that up. John Wooden was born.
Hall, Indiana.
I'm sorry, what?
Hall, Indiana.
And I described it as what?
A small little town
in Indiana.
Right dead in the middle of the state there.
So Bobby and I got screwed. This guy went on and took you guys to won 3 national championships. In 1976, it's the last team to be undefeated. The 1976 IU Hoosiers, who just off the top of my head was Quinn Buckner, Scotty May, Randy Whitman, and Kent Benson, and I don't know who. I don't think it was Uwe Blob, but I don't know who. I don't know, but those were 4 of the 5 starters. They go. I think they went 32-0 And did Magic go 32? No, I think
Nope.
they
His team was the last team to do it, to go undefeated and win the national
so
title.
the 76 IU Hoosiers are the last team to go undefeated.
Did you say Bob Wilkerson?
Nope.
That
That's the guy I missed.
Yep.
I got Ken Benson, Randy Whitman, Quinn Buckner, Scotty May. It was that guy.
Yep, Bob Wilkerson.
And it was such an exciting time to live in Indiana because you'd watch the game every Saturday night, every Saturday or Thursday, and it was just
Randy Whitman wasn't on that team.
He wasn't?
No. It was Bob Wilkerson, Quinn Buckner, Wayne Radford, Jim Weissman, Bob Bender, Scott Elis, Mark.
They're not giving you the starting
Haymore,
five.
Tom Abernathy. I know, but I'm saying Scott May.
I'm talking about the starting five.
The starting five was Scott May, Kent Benson, Tom Abernathy, Quinn Buckner, and Bob Wilkerson.
All right, I had three of the five. I didn't
Pretty
have,
good.
Yeah, it's not too bad. So Bobby was like just crazy. And I was actually watching this game, Lummy.
Oh yeah.
I was watching this. I was in Terre Haute, Indiana as a freshman, and I'm watching this ball game on my little TV, and this was when IU was playing. I don't even know, Brian. What would the NCAA do to a guy if he did this nowadays? And that like you'd probably have
he'd be arrested. Probably
he'd probably be arrested, and then whoever got hit by the chair has a claim, right?
Yeah.
I would get hit by the chair, and then I'd say, Lummy, smash your knuckles into my forehead as fast as you can. Don't nobody see it. Lummy, I mean, as hard as you can.
You want me to gig you too?
No, don't gig. Yeah, gig me. You got a knife?
Yeah.
Gig me and smash. Okay, and then if I would have turned around and had a bloody face, Brian, that's payday right there, bitch. Right? Yeah. The university's writing you a check. Everybody's writing you a check. So he's playing Purdue. That's their arch rival. And he's not liking the way the calls are going. He's getting screwed. He thinks he's getting screwed. And he gets so mad and so pissed off that he takes a chair and rifles it across the court. Watch.
Mitsu Serini, $10 on the Venmo.
So Bob Knight's...
Jasper's now chasing Bobby Knight back to his chair.
And
he's
we got
him right there. There's the team.
All right, so in basketball, if the coach or a player gets a little too lippy or really animated or disrespectful to... the referee, he can give them what they call a technical.
Okay.
And that means the other team gets the ball and gets to shoot two free throws. Well, one if it's a 1-and-1, and then you get and the other team gets the ball too. So it's really, I mean, Brian, it's probably the biggest penalty in basketball, technical.
And keep in mind,
right?
Yes, yeah. and keep in mind that flagrant too, actually, but. That this is a bad Indiana team for him. Like, he's not used to losing.
Technical against the bench.
They enter this game 14-9, 6-7 in the conference.
He's having a down year.
He's having a down year.
And when you're having a down year, man, all the pressure, especially when you're only, he won the national championship in '81. So, he's not too far removed, from being at the highest pinnacle, right?
Yeah.
4 years down the road, and they are sucking ass.
And he already lost at Purdue earlier in the season on this year.
Mean Gene Katie. Here we go. By the way, the game just started. Hey, Brian, this isn't in the fourth quarter.
I didn't realize it was 11-6.
The game just started. I mean, the team really needs you, man. This isn't like, your assistant can come in with a minute left, right, and try to implement some kind of deal to save the game. This is, you got the entire game left. You're flipping out this early. You're this flipped out where they have to get the athletic director to remove. I think they removed him. Did they not, let me?
It's nothing good.
Just playing his case.
We can't say nothing, but I mean, I can only imagine some of the things that were said at this particular, from Bob Knight to this dude this guy, I think, was the guy. I mean, Lummy, they loved him.
Standing ovation.
I mean, most people nowadays. I don't know, Brian, if most people cheer you or they boo you because you're letting your team down.
Yeah, I think most fans would still cheer or be quiet, but you have to have a level of swagger that doesn't exist anymore to pull this off.
No, you got to have Dion-like swagger to pull this off. Be the baddest dude in the entire assembly hall, the biggest prick, the biggest dick, doing the most irresponsible thing, and people cheer you when you get kicked out. Like he's a straight rock star, right? Am I not, Brian? Like a straight rock star.
Look at all the diversity in that crowd.
Oh, yeah, That's Indiana.
That's Indiana. Right there.
That is Indiana.
All the other-
I got her brother up here.
Yeah.
And the rest are on the basketball court.
That gets me into.
Officials took care of it in a series of technicals.
That gets into how I met Bob Knight. Oh man, I met Bob Knight like
good experience.
Like I met Bob Knight was introduced to him. He was introduced to me like Bob Knight. This is Bubba Clem, and shook his hand.
What year was this? You think?
This was 1985.
Oh wow. Okay.
And we were it was. I'll tell you exactly what game it was too. And I think Steve Alford. Well, he still played, and it was the Michigan State IU home game at Assembly Hall when they hosted Michigan State. And so I lived in Jones.
Sorry.
Is that the bell?
No, that was me.
No, that's not the bell.
I messed up.
What did you?
I hit my coffee cup against the
clanked her coffee cup that doesn't have a
table.
silencer on it.
I apologize.
It's all right, no big deal. My Bob Knight story was probably pretty stupid anyway, wasn't it?
Squirreled you off of it.
I mean, Steve Alford was your friend?
I'll tell this so we don't get too far behind. I'll tell the story, and then we're going to go through the greatest 10 sound bites of Bobby Knight's history, and then we'll close the Bobby Knight chapter. But we got to do a segment or two on Bobby Knight. Like, he's big time NCAA royalty. Would you not agree? Like,
well, first of all, he's Indiana royalty, which makes him relevant to this show regardless. He could have sold Fords in Indiana and we'd be talking about him.
It takes a lot of energy to be this stupid. Bubba the Love Sponge.
I met him at a radio station event. I can tell you, Jack. No, I'm making up the car guy in Indiana story.
Alright, get real quick. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I got this.
Back with your boys Macho, right?
Let me low on everything today. We're just
Super low. Venmo, Cash App.
Yeah, come on.
Venmo.
We're scouting
Oh,
big
yo,
gold. They
Brian's
usually
here.
drop
I don't
some.
know
Come
what
on.
happens.
We won't have me
Brian's
back
here.
if we don't
I
have
know
more
what
money.
happens.
Somebody
yeah.
snipe me.
Man, Brian, you're bad on the money.
I am. It's also the 2nd of the month. So it's probably, if you look at your trends, a slower week.
You also had $1.99 on Friday.
Yeah, that doesn't help me. The fact that I'm a smarmy, toothy, annoying asshole, soy boy, beta bitch, snowflake.
Can you save that for the radio, please? Thank you.
So when I was out in Vegas, Bubba,
You were just after me.
Yeah, Elvis was upset he didn't get to see you and meet you.
Shut up.
Swear to God. I renewed my vows with the same dude that did Ronnie's wedding.
No, for real.
Seriously.
Yeah, he knew who I was.
He's a huge fan of the Stern Show from the Serious days, and he said, I went in there and he's like, hey, introducing himself to me before we did our little vow renewal thing, and I was like, I said, how was the Ronnie wedding? And he goes, oh, you know about it? I was like, yeah. I was like, I actually had a friend who was out there because he worked with Ronnie back in the Serious days. He said, who? And I said, Bubba. He's like, oh man. He's like, Bubba was there. He's like, I heard he might be there, and I wanted to go say hi to him, but I didn't see him anywhere. And
Oh man, I would have loved to get a picture with Elvis.
Oh yeah, no, he wanted to meet you too. He said that was the one thing he was upset about, is he didn't get to meet you.
Wow.
Yeah. Man, he runs a tight ship at that Graceland Cathedral, that Graceland Wedding Chapel.
Does he? I bet you does he own it?
He makes bank.
Does he own it?
I don't know if he owns it, but he makes fucking bank.
Does he, will he turn and burn and do 5 weddings a day?
Oh, 5 Are you fucking kidding me?
Hold on. We need to stop. We need to talk about this, okay?
Okay.
Because this is funny. I'll write it, Elvis.
Yeah, after the Bob Knight stuff, we can get into
I'm gonna
it.
go. I got some notes here.
Okay. Come on, guys, throw some money in.
Napa Mike, 100.
There we go. Thank you, Napa Mike. That's that Napa know-how.
Pulling the nose up on Brian's very dismal.
Dismal day, dismal performance.
Nothing on PayPal, kid.
Wow. Oh, help me out, cuh. PayPal and Venmo is the preferred method. Don't waste your money doing it through any other.
Well, Cash App's good,
Cash
too.
App, yeah. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Can they Zelle you?
No. Zelle, we had a Zelle account for a week, and they're like, listen, there's too much activity here. They thought we were drug dealers. I'm for real.
No, I get it. Well, and that's through like a bank that has to report to the government.
So they're like, I'm literally on the phone with Zelle. I'm like, ma'am, I'm a radio show that people send money to, and so I'm going to get, 5 to 10 to 15 transactions a day. And she's like, well, sir, that raises a red flag. And she's like, how much are you sending back? And I go, nothing.
Nothing.
I'm not sending nothing back.
This is a one-way street,
So she's like, so it raised all these banking red flags, and they told me you don't have the ability to have a Zelle account.
717 JLR 999 Super Chat Brian Rules.
And also don't forget we got Napa Mike on the $100 bill on the comeback.
Napa Mike came through for me.
PayPal?
Hold the nose up.
Cash App.
So let me make sure you give the proper recognition. You buffoon.
He was out of the room.
I know, but he's still a buffoon.
Thank you, Bubba.
What level are you on?
133.
So
slowing way down.
So Bubba Army, here's the challenge now.
I'm still fighting.
Go on Twitter, go on social media, and every platform, and tweet out, post out, share with your friends to join the Bubba Army, subscribe on YouTube. We gotta hit 100K before the end of the year.
Oh, we will.
I want to hit it by the end of the month.
Yeah. That would be ideal, but definitely before the end of the year.
No, end of the year.
Wow.
That's horrible.
All right, end of the month.
We do like 3,000 signups a month.
We just need 65 a day to hit it before the end of the month. Are we doing something special for the 100,000 subscribers?
We were thinking about that, but what? Did we finally agree on anything?
Not the 100,000, no.
Is there a way to identify who it was?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, Brian will
sit there and just watch and hit refresh.
Probably. You probably have to do it something like that.
Right.
All right, Brett.
He's gonna sign up.
This guy's playing hardball.
Human misery has never sounded so good.
My life is over and I'm gonna wind up working at Red Lobster.
We're back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I guess we never really did come up with a bona fide what we potentially would do for the 6 millionth download or the 100,000th subscriber on YouTube and podcasting, respectfully. I don't think that we ever necessarily came up with anything, did we? We threw a bunch of stuff around.
Napa Mike, $100 on the couch.
Oh yeah, thank God we're getting some money because Brian Matroni's appearance slows the money way down. Like we got we got graphs and charts and stuff like that on who brings in the money and who doesn't. And whoa, Brian, with regards to the money.
Oh no.
Toothy, smarmy.
He's slowing down on the backstretch.
Toothy, smarmy, snowflake,
woke,
libtard, woke,
bitch.
Beta bitch, soy boy.
Doesn't work.
Doesn't bring in the money.
No, whatever he said he was. And
I do really well on PBS though, I'm sure. Fundraising for them. Get your free tote, your free Bubba tote.
We were talking about something.
Well, on the podcast one, it was about the girl in Chicago that you got to check with the lawyers. on.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, when you blasted Paul Abdul.
No, we all know who it was. And
okay.
actually, I saw.
All right, hold on, Brian. Since you're my attorney.
Yeah.
And now, do you think you know who it is?
Yes.
All right. Will you text it to me?
Yes.
Okay.
Will you confirm or deny?
Yes,
That's true?
I mean, no, but
With me, he will, and I won't say a word.
Yeah,
He's
I know.
attorney-client privilege.
yes, with him, I will say yes or no.
Okay.
And he is, and I'm giving him verbal instructions right now as his client to not share it with anybody here. Yes, Brian, you're right. And do not, and she's the nosiest bitch known to man, so I would delete it just right off your phone, just for in fear that you got your phone open and she's over there just peeping like the brown-eyed bitch that she is. She would literally, she will burn holes in that phone trying to find out what
She's my brown-eyed bitch.
Love that song.
Nosy brown-eyed bitch. She's my nosy brown-eyed bitch. So yes, Brian. Now that happened in like August, September of 1989 in Chicago at her hotel room after a gig. Now, is there any legal ramifications if she says that indeed, that was throws in all of a sudden that I, did some inappropriate things? Did I just admit to doing that? Or like what? Just tell me, give me some advice, buddy. Be my counsel on this, on how I handle this, because I'd like to be able to tell people, but
the statute of limitations is run on any crime, I would imagine.
Yeah, crime-wise.
So if you did anything criminal, you're good. As far as press, I mean, any press is good press these days, man. Your loyal followers ain't going anywhere.
No, but
you're
what
not
I'm
getting
saying,
deplatformed from anywhere that matters.
No, none of that. But like, what if all of a sudden she files a lawsuit and says, "Yeah, you know what? You sexually molested me. I do not remember any of this, so you must have drugged me, and I'm going to sue you." Like, the way who? I mean, let me.
The chick with Donald Trump?
No, I mean the dude.
Look at her. She's not even my type.
I mean, there's been all kinds of dudes.
Well, you're talking about the Masterson guy from the 70s show.
Yeah,
Danny
like the
Masterson.
70s show.
Yeah, the guy who was totally guilty.
Yeah, but like, I'm just saying.
Of rape. Multiple occasions.
She'd have to have, I mean, Brian, wouldn't she have to have a police report or like have told somebody or like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, can you understand my hesitation?
I mean, sort of. Is she litigious?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't even know that the word would ever. I don't know that she'd even get. Although we do have, if we have quite a pretty big footprint.
Donald Golder.
I mean, when you got 100,000 followers on YouTube, chances are, if you've said something about somebody shocking to that degree, it could probably trickle. It probably would get back to her.
Lindsay Funk 30 on the Venmo.
Thank you.
I mean,
they're supporting the soy boy.
Melinda Funnel. It's all women.
Hey,
it's
what?
all women.
You know what?
Maybe you do. You know what? Maybe
that's my P1 is women 40 to 65.
Yes. I think soccer mom. I think soccer mom.
Grandmas.
No, I think like that older MILF.
Ethel Bernstein with $50. Gertrude Jones.
I think that like women from 40 to 55 really dig you, is what I'm thinking.
I'm big with the AARP crowd.
No, I'm talking about like the generation below that. Like
50 years old is AARP automatic.
I know. But
all right,
those
but
bitches, bitches that like you don't want to be they don't want the AARP moniker thrown around. Okay, Brian, learn how to work.
All right, sorry.
They like you. Don't make them not like you. Jesus. Yeah. They like your soy boy, libetard. They like that little puss-ass stance that you got. You're not a real man.
Nope.
They love that.
I'm a modern man.
They love that. Don't disgrace them by throwing the AARP gimmick in there, buddy. So anyway, let me for our 100,000th subscriber on YouTube, which I think is going to be
sooner than later.
Also potentially really close. Now, I can't think of two different shows because I could do one show for the 6 millionth podcast, which is right around the corner. We're going to hit this month. And then let me, for the 100,000th subscriber, yet another show of exclusive content because We're going to hit that probably by maybe in 2 weeks.
Can I give you a?
We're going to hit that. We're going to hit that in November.
By Thanksgiving.
Well, way before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Lummy, the only story I got right now, and we don't know where we're going to tell it, is the famous, at the time I blasted her, she was very famous, and she had a hit song on the radio, and I met her in Chicago, and this is like my all-time score, and I've never talked about it because people probably won't believe me, so that's why I've never talked about it.
Can I give you
because people
an
will
idea?
people will not believe me. So
Can I
they're like,
give you
you're
an
just
idea?
making it up, so why should I say it?
This is the idea. Line up a legitimate interview with that person and then bring it up while you have that person on the show with you. That would be amazing.
I feel like it'll be too obvious, though.
Yeah.
Like if you have that person booked as a guest.
I don't think that person. No, he's not going to pre-announce who the guest is.
No, that person in general.
I don't think that person.
I don't think
will
that person.
remember.
I don't think that person in general will go on because one, she's not doing anything. There's nothing to promote.
Well, you could say we're doing like a Legends of 80s radio.
As soon as she knows it's me, she's going to say no.
Do you think she remembers the name?
Yes, of course I think that she remembers me. I am.
Are you sure?
Do you think she regrets it?
Can I tell? Hold on, Brian. I'll tell you why. I'm going to tell you why she's going to remember me.
Because she regrets it? Just kidding.
Oof.
That was a good one.
Okay, thank you.
That was one that was that. See,
I hate when it's like hanging in the balance there.
no,
I'm like,
but you see, sometimes you actually nail it.
Okay.
That was great.
All
That
right.
counter programming little bitch ass insert worked.
Great. Thank
Loved
you.
it. Most of the time it doesn't.
Most of the time, no.
Lummy, as much as I score squirrelings bad, there can be good squirrelings. You know, little shots. So give her a +1 on a pop. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. What would be her score for today, Lum?
We're doing.
Oh my God, we're going back to the scoring system.
Do we need to check with the rep?
Don't no. Let me shut up. That was a good one too. Give yourself one, but we're not keeping score anymore. See how fun score used to be until stupid ass Rhett, derailed it. Otherwise, scoring was fun, bitch. Led into content in itself.
Rhett should have just embraced the negative score thing. I don't know why he was so.
I don't know.
Against it.
Rhett, do you regret now being the guy that was the dick about the scoring system? Do you regret that now?
Every day of my life.
No, for real.
Not as much as the lady who slept with you, but yes.
Like, for real. Do you really think that you made the show better by making us quit it? Or do you sometimes think, wow, I kind of overstepped my boundaries a little bit there? I just gave you the answer,
I
bitch.
plead the fifth.
Yeah, I just gave you the answer. You're
Well,
not
scoring's
smart
coming back.
enough. Well, anyway. What did you squirrel me on? My original monologue? Oh, the reason why she would know. And again, I mean, you guys know where I'm going with this. Everybody knows where I'm going with this. And that is, it was the first time that she had ever jet skied. Ever. And we went, like, she jet skied enough to, she had like a suite.
Save it for the show.
She had a suite. And we ruined one mattress. I'll just tell you that right now.
Lindsay Funk 20 on the Venmo.
And like
housekeeping, I'm gonna need 2 more mattresses for the rest of the night up here.
Hello, Drake Hotel Housekeeping. How may I help you? I see you're calling from the penthouse suite. What can I do for you, Miss? The girl.
Well, this is actually the guy that's blasting her up here.
Right.
You're gonna hear about me. I'm gonna be world famous in a minute.
Right.
But
you're supposed to tell them you're on B96.
I'm on B96. I'm a really big deal.
Yeah. Okay.
And
yeah.
we've already soaked through one of your mattresses up here. It's ruined. You're going to have to burn it. But I'm going to need about 2 or 3 more before the end of the night. So if you can just have somebody bring them up and put them outside the door.
Just stack them outside the door.
Just stack them right outside. I'll bring them in.
Put them on standby.
Pull them in as we need them. I think we're alone now. Squirrel.
Oh.
That was Tiffany. You know.
Yeah, I know.
Just trying to throw them off the path.
I'm throwing them off the path.
Yeah.
Tell it to your heart, man. Whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Brian, stop. Jesus. But so, honest to God, now, and in doing so, and getting her to jet ski for the first time, she went on and on and on and on and on about it all night long until I finally left. And so I mean, if indeed 40 years, however many years ago, you were a famous singer and some, radio guy in Chicago, Illinois, caused you to jet ski female ejaculation for the first time to the point where you ruined one mattress. I got to think, Brian, that you probably remember. And the guy's got a goofy name to begin with. It wasn't like I was,
Were you caught in a hit and run? I don't know.
So was it Chicago or was it like kind of outside Chicago?
It was in Chicago at the Riviera nightclub, and from the Riviera nightclub, we went to her hotel, which I think was the Drake, right off Lakeshore Drive.
It wasn't at the Heart of Illinois Fair?
No, and we got to her place about 2:30, and I left about 5, and ended up taking a cab back to my place, which was not very far at all. I could have probably walked.
What about the Poplar Creek Music Theater?
No.
In Hoffman Estates, Illinois? That doesn't sound familiar.
Hey, listen, numbnuts, trying to just say stupid stuff on the air.
He's looking at historical concerts trying to figure it out.
I'm telling you right now, I think it was at the Riviera nightclub.
She said that she only jet skied like that in her dreams, only in her dreams.
Your Debbie Gibson and your Tiffany.
Paula
Abdul.
Taylor Dane.
Tell it to your heart. So, Lummy, is that the 6th millionth podcast download?
Yep.
Or is that the 100,000th, subscriber YouTube show?
It was going to be the 6 millionth download for the podcast.
Okay. Now, Brian, if I get into details about this person and I say her name, will you defend me legally?
Yes. There's nothing. I mean, the truth is a defense, so I'm not worried about anything.
But how do you prove the truth?
You don't need to. How does she prove that you're lying?
Right. I mean, it's a take your ball and go back home kind of deal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fly away on your 99 Loof balloons and let's move on.
Nina, you're on fire today, buddy. Lummy,
You're on fire today, bud.
No.
I just said that.
Oh, damn it. Lummy.
You're on fire today.
Oh, he's burning.
I just said that.
Oh, damn it. Lummy.
You're on fire today.
Oh, he's burning.
I'm trying to find it. I can't find it.
You're
It's
on
always
fire
Oh,
today.
he's burning.
I'm trying to find it. I can't. I don't know where it's at. I do not know where this is coming from. For real. I don't know where it's at. I do not know where this is coming from. For real. I don't know where it's at. I do not know where this is coming from. Whoa, that brings everything right down to 0, does it not? Whoa.
We're all quiet.
It's like we're on mushrooms. I'm freaking out too, Napa. So let me. I'm gonna do. I think that's the 100,000th. Is it the 100,000th YouTube, or are we more furtherly insulated by making it a podcast to make it even harder to find?
I think we make it more insulated.
Brian, do we insulate or do we do it on the 100K and we find something else? Lummy, could you find something else on the 100K?
I'm thinking about it.
I still think we go with my idea of trying to get the person to come on because that would just be amazing. I mean, that would be over the top, There's a chance. The worst thing that's
well, we'll work on it, okay? Now, do we do that, Brian, for the pod, for the 6 million pod, or do we do it for the 100,000 sub on YouTube /podcasting?
Do it for the podcast.
All right.
Yeah, I think the
So
pod.
we're gonna make it the podcast, okay? Lummy, the podcast. It'll also be on locals too, but it's mostly on the podcast, okay?
I think for the 100,000th, you should do a Bubba Saw.
No, there's nobody here that's tough enough to do a Bubba Saw.
You can
unless we get homeless people.
I was going to say homeless people. You can get Colton. He may come back on.
I got my e-bikes and my moped and my pellet grill.
Tuttle might do it.
All stored back there. Plus, we don't have it cameraed up anymore. All the wires have been cut. So it's just truly a story stress.
Just trying to throw something out there.
It's got to be something. It's got to be something. That's happened in my life or happened on the show that I can give you like my recollection of, or my opinion about something. Like, do you have any? And we talked about all my abortions a couple days ago. Had 4, Brian.
Not 66.
Not 66. So anyway, Lummy, here's Bobby Knight's top 10 flip outs. By the way, Bobby Knight died last night. I, being a Hoosier at heart, grew up watching Bobby Knight, loved Bobby Knight. but literally like half, like Brian, half of my buddies in the neighborhood liked Bobby Knight and half didn't, and it was all based on whether their dad liked Bobby Knight or not. You know, remember back in the day, you would just be a reflection of your dad.
Yeah, of course.
If your dad liked the Atlanta Braves, then you liked the Atlanta Braves, right? If you liked Bobby Knight, your dad liked Bobby Knight.
Isn't that why you're a Packers fan?
Yeah, I was indoctrinated to be a Packers fan. Here's those top 10 meltdowns. Now here, Lummy, this was like a local newspaper that had written an article about Bobby Knight and Steve Alford don't get along and they really don't like each other. So Bobby brings Steve on TV to do this press conference. Listen.
Let me answer that. You know, that is an absolute crock of You know, you people in the news media, all of you dwell on some negative piece of like that. And I don't know how Steve feels about it, but it just...
I don't think Steve really has an input on how he feels about it.
And you don't have to bleep one single word of this.
Las Vegas Mario 25 on the Venmo.
I mean, where are those coaches? Couldn't live in today's world, could they, Brian?
I mean,
you're out.
I had a friend one time that said, why had he become so popular after he became 85?
Bobby was talking about why he became so popular. Him, Bobby Knight.
And he said, because I outlived all those sons of that didn't like me.
Jordan Brock 25 on the Venmo.
Just remember, when you're at a game and you see grass, it's the opposite.
So this is some young reporter that asked him something stupid. This is a young guy, brand new, like in the reporting pool. And this is how he answers it.
Just remember, when you're at a game and you see grass, it's the opposite side of the ball. But if you see hardwood out there, it's the other end of the floor. Try to help you young guys in this profession you've chosen that's one or two steps above prostitution.
Is it the best or what?
Oh, my goodness.
Now, this is after he left IU, which colors are red. He went to Texas Tech, and they have a red, their logo's red, a red sweater, and this is him putting on a Texas Tech sweater, and what he says.
This is without question the most comfortable red sweater I've had on in 6 years. I can't tell you. If it amazes you, then you don't know anything about basketball. You're illuminating your relative lack of knowledge of the game with a statement like that. Let's just start all this again. Now, I'm not here to argue the thing with you. I'm not going to debate things with you and people from television. You want an answer from me, you get the answer. You don't like an answer, then don't use the program, okay? Probably no motivational device I've ever come across.
By the way, this is a whip. He's got a whip, and he just snapped the whip onto the table, right, Brian?
Yep.
Here you go.
Motivational device I've ever come across is as good as this. Boy, this is really good. See the blood drip out of it? You watch that. See that?
God, like a guy could do that now, right?
Patrick Knight is my all-time favorite Indiana player.
That was his son. Does he cut a promo on his son?
No, I think this is just him getting emotional about it.
What happened? He said, Patrick Knight's my all-time favorite. Not necessarily the most talented son of a bitch. I mean, my God, he couldn't hit a free throw to save his life. But he's a pretty damn good player, buddy. I love him.
You only got two people that are going to tell you I'm not going to be here. One is our SID, and the other is me. Who the hell told you I wasn't going to be here? I'd like to know. Do you have any idea who it was?
Yeah, I do, Coach.
Who?
I'll point them out to you in a while.
They were from Indiana, right?
No, they're not.
No, weren't from Indiana, and you didn't get it from anybody from Indiana, did you?
Could we please?
No, I'll handle this the way I want to handle it now that I'm here. You it up to begin with.
This is very Bubba Clem-like.
It is.
That's awesome.
Sit there or leave. I don't give a what you do. Now, back to the game. In my entire adult life, I've never used the expression game face. So I've no idea.
Oh, this is so funny.
When he starts all the squints and everything.
Yeah. He's like, hey, coach, did your team not have their game face on for tonight? And he goes into the
means or what you're supposed to do.
This is the best.
When my time on earth is gone and my activities here are past,
This is on his critics. This is him talking about his critics.
I want they bury me upside down and my critics can kiss my
They just don't build him like him
They
anymore.
better
do
bury him upside down. That's
Face
the only
down,
way
ass
to
up.
do it. Face
So-
down, ass up.
So let me tell you my Bobby Knight story. I'm on the. I live on
What?
the.
Did you just yawn when he said?
No, I
"Let me
said,
tell-"
"Oh, that was funny."
Oh, okay.
Shut the hell up, Brian.
I
Don't
was
get
like,
He's a
Are you
little. He's just a
serious?
little tattletale too.
God.
Bitch.
I said, "Wow, that was funny."
No, I think Brian's right. She did yawn, but who cares? Quit trying to get your fellow worker in trouble. Jesus.
Oh, it's jokes. Come on.
So my freshman year at Indiana State, 1980, fall, but this would have been fall of '84, like November, December of '84, before Christmas break. I had a guy on my floor. I lived in Jones Hall at Indiana State. Lived on the 5th floor, 513. Lumby was my Jones Hall room.
Nice.
Be interesting to go back to
Jones Hall.
Jones Hall 513. See, it's an end unit. That's where the firemen saw my penis.
Didn't you also live on 719?
I lived in 736.
Oh, I thought. Oh, okay.
So anyway,
Close.
Lummy, there's this guy on my floor named Chance Felling, Felling, first name Chance. And so him and I were friends. We were buddies. He just lived maybe 5 or 6, doors down from me. And he just, how you become friends, right? And be like, hey, and I had a color TV. It was only like a 22-incher though. It was literally smaller than any monitor we have in here, but it was color, and I had rabbit-eared willies, and he saw me. He came by, and in the dorm rooms, a lot of times you'd leave your door open for for your friends just to swing on by or whatever. You just left your door open. Well, I had my door open, and I was watching an IU basketball game, and this guy, Chance, my good friend, who I'd ate lunch with every day, saw him down in the gym, if I saw him on campus, I'd be like, hey, Chance. He'd be like, hey, what's up, bub? I'll see you. Okay, I'll see you later. We were friends.
Nice.
I don't want to score you too much, but how did you have money for a color TV in college?
My stepdad, it was my mom and dad's old hand-me-down one from their bedroom. They got a new one for the bedroom, and so I got the hand-me-down.
Gotcha. Okay, go ahead.
Mom and
they
dad
were expensive back. I mean, that would have been like a $500. In the '80s, that would have been like a $300 TV.
Yeah. Well, my mom and dad got a brand new one for their bedroom, and I got the hand-me-down Willie with the Rabbit or Jones. So Chance comes by one day, and it's like a Saturday or something like that, and I'm watching IU basketball. And he goes, you like IU? I go, oh, God, I love IU. I start spieling off some of my IU knowledge. Man, that 76 team was unbelievable. And 81, when Keith Smart hit I think it was called the shot that was heard around the world, Keith Smart in 81. God, he goes, you want to go to a ball game? Now, going to a IU basketball game, living in Indiana, is just I can't even really equate it to anything in Florida. There's nothing as sacred and even has the history of what Assembly Hall does I don't know of any basketball venue, Brian, collegiately in this area that has the mystique of Assembly Hall of IU.
Nope.
Would you not agree? I mean,
None in Florida.
None in Florida, right.
No.
It's like a Packers game, though.
Yeah, it is. So it's I go, you mean go to a game at Assembly Hall? He goes, yeah, do you want to go? I go, man, those tickets. And literally, they sold out every game. It sold out. Even when Bobby Knight would go 18 and 18, they'd still sell out. You couldn't get a ticket, and a scalped ticket would be $60 or $80 to get in, top row Willie. I go, yeah, I'd love to go to a game. I've never, He goes, well, my dad is the assistant coach, Ron Felling.
Oh, wow.
And I go, what? He goes, my dad has been with Bobby Knight longer than any assistant coach. Look it up. Google it. Ron Felling, assistant coach, IU. Look it up. And so I'm like, he goes, listen, you drive. And I had a pretty reliable Honda Accord.
Nice.
Brian, it was my mom's old, because we always got the hand-me-down. So this is my mom's old hand-me-down Honda Accord, and it was, those Hondas will go for 300,000 miles. It only had like 125,000 miles on it. Like Gus, it's like it's reliable.
Go forever. You take care of them.
Yeah. So he's like, listen, you drive and pay the gas, which I don't know, gas was $1.80 back then. I don't know what the hell it was. Yeah. Literally a round trip to Bloomington down State Road 46 might cost you $10, maybe, round trip. So he goes, listen, right after school, we got to leave, though, 'cause it's an hour drive down there. And he goes, my dad gets into the office, all the coaches and players for a 7:00 game, they all start getting to Assembly Hall like around 4. So we got to get in there and be waiting at my dad's office in order to get our tickets. It's like, okay, cool. Did you look up Ron Felling?
I know that he became an IU assistant in 83 or 84.
See?
Yeah, and he got fired by Bobby Knight.
What year?
Looks like in 2000, he got 40,000. It looks like him and Bobby Knight got into a fight.
They did, yeah. They got into a fight in 99.
Well, anyway, my facts check out, right?
Yes.
I'm just saying. So chances, I'm like, so we drive on down there. We pull into.
He sued Bob Knight.
He did?
Yep.
Yeah.
Did he win?
I don't know.
He received $35,000 from Indiana University.
All right. So anyway, I'm in there in 1984. I think this was his first year.
Yeah, that would have been his first year if it's 84.
And so when you're your first year and you're Bobby's right-hand man, you haven't even been there long enough for Bobby to be mad at you. So we get there and we walk into Assembly Hall, but we walk into like the administrative part, like where the coaches and, people that actually work for Assembly Hall.
Yeah, the offices.
Yeah, that we walk into the offices and the secretary goes, hey, Chance. He goes, I'm just going to go wait for my dad's office. And they're like, okay. So we go down to Chance. We go down to Ron Felling's office, which is 2 doors down from Bobby Knight. And we're sitting in there, and Ron walks in. And he was pretty big. He was like 6'3", 6'2", pretty big guy.
Nice.
And I'm like, hello, Coach, or hello, Mr. Felling. He goes, just call me Coach. And I'm Bubba Clem. Chance introduced me to his dad. Hey, Dad, this is my good friend back at Indiana State. His name's Bubba Clem. He's from Warsaw. And he goes, oh, he's from Warsaw? And I go, yeah, I'm from Warsaw. And he goes, ho, 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 ho. I'm like, what in the hell does that, like, what could Warsaw, Indiana have anything to do with here or Ron felt like, what? Warsaw, Indiana is like 8,200. Although we did win the state championship that year in 1984 in basketball. So maybe Ron Felling was doing about that, but he wasn't. There was a story that I didn't know about. That he knew that once Bobby Knight heard that I was from Warsaw, that Bobby Knight was going to flip out. He knew that. In fact, he said, make sure you tell Coach Knight where you're from. I'm like, okay. So Coach Knight's come walking in, and Coach Felling goes, hey, Bob. And Bob stops, turns around, and comes into Ron Felling's office, and he goes, I want you to meet my son and his friend. They're here for the game tonight. Bob Knight was the nicest guy in the world. It's like, hey, guys, what's going on? Nice to meet you. Chance, and he kind of knew Chance, or had at least knew Chance's name. Chance, good seeing you, buddy. And what's your friend's name? And I said, I'm Bubba Clem. And I remember Coach Felling telling me to tell him that I was from Warsaw. Like, remember, he told me to say that.
Yep.
So I put my hand out there. I go, hi, Coach Knight. I'm Bubba Clem, and I'm from and he grabs my hand. He goes, nice to meet you, Bubba. I go, I'm from Warsaw, Indiana. And he put his hands down. He goes, you're from Warsaw, Indiana? I go, yep. He goes, well, let me tell you about Warsaw, Indiana. And so at that time, we had Rick Fox that was playing for Warsaw, Indiana.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, Rick Fox, like a month earlier, Bobby Knight had been up there to recruit Rick Fox. And then 3 weeks after Bobby Knight, Dean Smith came to recruit Rick Fox. And by the time I got to meet Coach Knight, Rick Fox had already picked where he was going. And he wasn't going to IU. He was going to North Carolina. So Rick Fox lived with this host family called the Gossmans, and they were real religious, like real religious. And you know Bobby's a little rough around the edges. He's not real religious. And so the Gossmans had persuaded Rick Fox to kind of not go, listen, growing up in Indiana, man, like the one of the most prestigious things is to go on to play for IU. Like that's kind of like what happens. If you're a badass in Indiana, Steve Alford, all these guys, I think Isaiah Thomas, I don't know if Isaiah Thomas was from Indiana. I think he was from Illinois. I think he was from, I don't know where he's from. But like as a kid growing up, the highest honor was to be Indiana Mr. Basketball and then go on to play for Bob Knight. So Rick Fox told Bob Knight no, and Bob Knight took it out on me. He goes, let me tell you something about that Gossman family. They're all a bunch of brain worshipers, and they got Rick Fox into thinking that just because I use some curse words here and there and motivate my guys a little bit different than Dean Smith. And then he says this. I swear to God, he's dead now. He said this. You know what? I may say cuss words, but Dean Smith smoked cigarettes secretly and has had a few affairs on his wife. That's what he said.
No.
He said Dean Smith smokes cigarettes secretly and has had 2 affairs on his wife. Now go back and tell the goddamn Gossmans that.
He cut a promo on you.
He did. He cut a promo on me. And I'm just sitting there. I'm just like, okay. But we had badass tickets for the Michigan State game that night. And I think Alford, you can maybe go back and look at, I think he threw in like 42 or something, and they won. Anyway, that's my Bob Knight story. He's dead. R.I.P. Bob Knight, my friend. When I come back, Brian, we got to get into the fact that the week after I left Vegas for Ronnie's party, you were there.
Yep.
And you and your wife renewed your vows.
Yes.
Your wedding vows, and you did it at the Elvis Chapel.
The Graceland Wedding Chapel.
And you actually spoke to Elvis that married Stephanie and Ronnie, and he said, well, you know what? Let's not get into all that because there's an interesting story behind it.
That Brian got COVID too?
Maybe.
You going to blame it? Was he on my same plane? Did he have my same bathroom?
I did fly Southwest.
Yeah.
Uncensored, unfiltered, unfettered.
Thanks for the info.
Uncensored, unfiltered, and unfettered. It's Bubba the Love Sponge.
There's a rumor that you took the chick after the morning after you blasted her in Chicago to a place called Tom's Diner. It's another.
No, I left at like 5 in the morning.
Tom's Diner next to the Drake Hotel in Chicago.
Lummy, we got some PayPal Willies. I got
you.
PayPal Willies.
Yeah.
Hey, who's Eric Heary?
Susan Vega, yeah.
What was it?
Eric Heary?
89 it came out.
H-E-R-E?
89.
I mean H-E-R-Y?
Fury.
We've been through that before. Who that is?
H-E-R-Y. Is that what you said? Fury.
H-E-R-Y. Eric. I think he's somebody, Lummy. Find out.
I'm sure it's somebody. And God bless him.
Find out, Lummy, immediately.
Find out.
Somebody said there's a video of a Southwest flight attendant telling them to take their Gucci, Louis, and the other bags out of the overhead bin and put them on the floor, because if they were real, they wouldn't be flying Southwest. That's pretty funny.
Jordan Brock, 25.
Woo! That's new money.
I don't think it is.
The money's new. The person's not.
Las Vegas Mario, 25, said 100,000 YouTube show Bubba should shock Honest P.
No, I'm not shocking Honest Pussy. That'd be way too much for her. She couldn't handle that. She would have to go into therapy for that.
Oh, I've gone into therapy for less, so.
She would be
Currently
ruined
in therapy for less.
If we shocked Honest Pussy, it would ruin her as a person.
It might work. Like it might be what she needs.
No,
she has never tried it.
I think it would. I think it would ruin her. I'm gonna have to step in on this one and say no shocking.
Thank you.
No shocking honestness.
Please don't.
See, I stick up for you.
I appreciate you.
We can do shot collar karaoke where everybody associated with the show has to sing a song. I'm saying we kick it old school. Liquid ass somebody.
Put the stripper pole back.
No, we're not doing any. Brian, you can't do that in today's world.
Yes, you can. You can do it on YouTube. There'd be no problem with
We'll
it.
try it on Brian first.
No, you can't, Brian.
You can't do shot collar karaoke on YouTube?
Maybe, but
Yeah.
not for puss.
Well, actually, I guess the problem would be copyright violation on YouTube, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What?
Should I sue Brian out? Should I pursue Ellis?
I don't think Brian knows that story.
Jason Ellis?
He was talking about how you can't play the song on YouTube. He doesn't know that you want to sue him, Brian Ellis.
Oh, I federally own Shot Collar Karaoke. Did you know that?
You trademarked it?
Yes, I federally trademarked it. I own it. I have the paperwork right here. And Jason Ellis, as part of his live shows when he goes out, Skank Fest and stuff, does Shot Collar Karaoke and calls it Shot Collar Karaoke.
Oh, yeah, you should send him a cease and desist.
But he's also going to his event on Saturday, so.
Oh, you probably shouldn't piss him off then if you're friends with him.
I'm not fucking friends with him. He's a fucking jobber.
Why are you
But
going to the
Alex
event?
Stein is fighting on his
to
event.
support Alex Stein.
Oh, then definitely send the.
Or
the
serve him
cease and
yourself. You
desist.
got served.
Can I serve her myself?
Well, it's not. I mean, you're not. It's not a
just got
service
served.
thing. It's just a letter that says stop using it or we're going to sue you.
All right, I'm gonna. Maybe you can draw
Maybe
it
we
up
can
for
cause a scene, a ruckus after Alex's fight, because isn't he fighting Luis J. Gomez?
No, who? Jason Ellis?
Jason?
No, he's not fighting.
Oh, who's fighting?
Luis J. Gomez?
The
Yeah.
stand-up comedian.
Yeah, he's fighting somebody.
Who
Whoever
is?
adopts the other one or
Who is?
something stupid.
It is stupid.
Cal just fighting somebody?
No, Luis J. Gomez is fighting someone in the title.
Tim Butterly.
Yeah.
Who?
Tim Butterly.
Calta's fighting the merch crick
Who's your daddy?
in a
now?
loser leaves town match. Hair versus hair. Oh, he doesn't have any.
He's
He is disgusting.
he is an ogre.
I mean, you look at him, and it's just like he looks
Ruins
like
your appetite.
he looks like Droopy the dog. He looks like he suffered a tragic accident at a young age. Like,
And just to think that he sits there and he stole everything, like he.
Not only did he stole, but he stole.
Stole it.
I know, but he lied. I mean, he just like.
I think he has Cushing syndrome. Are you familiar with this?
Is that what?
Cushing
Pie
syndrome.
face.
It's you get like a humpback. You get the buffalo
Yeah.
hump in the back.
Yeah.
It's kind of what Decap had.
Or DiCaprio.
Bet Ron Willie.
I saw Calta a few years ago, probably like 2019 or 18 at Total Wine, and he stared me down.
He knew who you were.
Yeah. Because he blocked me on Twitter.
okay.
He's such a fucking he's such a puss like that.
He is. No, I mean I was blocked for a while,
I know.
but she's saying he knew you, and I was like, yeah, he knew who I was.
When I was I wasn't even at the show when you blocked me.
If you were remotely affiliated with the show in any way, that
I don't
bitch
know if you
blocked
blocked
you.
me.
I guarantee you, you're blocked now.
You reckon?
I guarantee it.
Really?
What?
Yes.
On Twitter.
Wouldn't you try this?
Probably.
You're gonna.
Yeah. So.
I don't really check Twitter, but we'll find out together.
Oh, he's active. He's Johnny obsessed with that shit.
Oh yeah.
Like if you're following me, he'll block you. If you he's just super petty like that. He goes into people
Nope,
who follow.
not block
He goes
at all.
He goes into my list, and if you're just even following me, he'll block you.
Maybe he thinks I'm inconsequential, so.
Well, you are rather inconsequential. You know, the details of my childhood are rather inconsequential. I was raised by a Belgian whore.
We are the only show that can talk about nothing.
The use of all Bubba-isms is prohibited without the express written consent of Bubba the Love Sponge.
This is not staged. It's not nothing. It's very scientific.
Not in an killing mood.
Right.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We all have a heartfelt reason to support our blood pressure. In fact, more than half of the U.S. population would benefit from blood pressure support. And Super B Heart Chews are an easy and convenient way to support healthy blood pressure. They promote heart-healthy energy as well, paired with a healthy lifestyle. The antioxidants in Super Beets are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle in itself. Super Beets is the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended heart chew for cardiovascular health support. It's blood pressure that you can trust. Support your heart healthy. Support your heart health with Super Beet Heart Chews. Get a free 30-day supply of Super Beet Heart Chews and a free full-size bag of. I always mess it up, Lummy. How do you say it? Exactly. Turmeric chews, valued at $25. It all starts and stops by going to BubbaLovesBeats.com. Get this exclusive offer only at BubbaLovesBeats.com. Thank you.
Order and they'll send you some dog food.
We will cut that out.
He's really been on today. Yeah, you have to cut that out. We don't want the great.
Well, I waited until it was over to ruin the read, so I didn't ruin the read.
I'm glad it's all based on your interpretation of
then enlighten me. How did I ruin the read?
It just was stupid.
Okay, well,
causes my guys extra work to have to edit it out.
They were.
Okay. You're not. You don't.
Thank you, Bubba, for sticking up
no
for us.
problem. My guys have to edit that out now. It's just it's whatever.
Yeah, let's talk to Macho too. Geez, being mean to everybody.
What we were talking about something. You were talking about something on you, Brian.
Oh, being blocked.
Oh yeah. I'm not even going to get into that. I'm not even going to give that
the
guy.
shock collar karaoke.
Yeah.
The shock collar.
Maybe I should just walk to Jason Ellis and say, you know what? I could sue you, give you all this paperwork and stuff, but why don't you just stop using shock collar karaoke because I have it federally trademarked. Here's my federal trademark. I make a copy of it for him. And just stop using it if you could, please.
I mean, that'd be man-to-man. That's the way to handle it.
Right.
But if you need your lawyer to do it, I'll do it for you.
Okay.
And you got Rob Kahn to beat him up.
And then Rob Kahn will show you the good news. You want to get a little lippy?
And boy, does that man love you. He loves you.
And I love him equal.
So much.
I just got to say, he's just snarling, ready to go. He wants to just beat somebody up for me. So listen, now I know that Theo Vaughn is at the very at one of the biggest podcasters, one of the biggest content creators, and and by the way, I find him very talented. I watch his stuff. I like his delivery. I like his humor.
He's funny in a monologue.
I like him.
But he does have a serious Rogan rub.
And I like him. I like the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And Tucker did a podcast with him. And Tucker's talking about, now listen, Lummy, we going back to, oh my God, Tucker has been singing the praises of Nicorette for
ever. Yeah.
I don't know how long.
Yeah.
I mean, we were probably the first show that got into his admiration for Nicorette and the patch.
Yes.
Now, I think he gets into it with Theo here a little bit. But my question is, if he's doing things like with Theo and stuff, I got to think we might have a chance with him.
Why not?
Have we reached out? I have his number. So, Brian, what would you suggest I say to Tuck as far as going on the show? Because he seems like he's doing shows now he's open to doing podcasting, and I've seen him do quite a bit.
So I would wait until you get to 100,000 on YouTube.
Okay.
And then I would message him and just say, hey, Tuck, really miss you, man. I know, we've everything that happened, and I'm sorry, that stuff came out if it caused you any trouble. But
I don't think you bring that up.
Well, I think he knows it, so why not address it? And then
there you go. There's our guest. Ask him if he wants to come on our 100,000th show.
Yeah, and then, you could say that. We just hit 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, and we want to do an exclusive podcast there. He may not like YouTube. I don't know. That might not work out.
Well, I mean, this is on YouTube.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I think this is on YouTube, is it not? No, or is this on X? This is on X. So, I mean, let me maybe...
Theo is also on YouTube.
Yeah, the full episode is on YouTube.
Yeah, it goes up. But and then just say, look, I'd love to have you back on and rekindle. I thought we did some of the best radio with you.
I think, Brian, instead of denoting where it's going to be, you just call it a show.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine,
too.
Hey,
would you come on and do a show with me or do my show, like the good old days, except, we'll do it visual?
When was the last
whether
correspondence you had with him?
Zoom or in person. I think right after he was let go on Fox.
Did he respond?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I just said, I'm just thinking about you. And,
he gave you a thumbs up.
And, he goes, he went, thanks, Bubba.
Okay.
Like his real jovial, thanks, Bubba. You know how he is.
Yeah.
But, God, we had so many great years of,
It was great.
And we were his only outlet. Like, he was on MSNBC, and then he would do our show. Like, that was it.
And then he got fired, and he would still come on.
He got fired, and he'd still come on. I actually had him on the air as he was driving to lunch to meet with the investors of the Daily Caller. That's kind of neat, isn't it, Brian? I mean, like he was one of the 4 founders of the Daily Caller, and I think he had to sell his rights or his ownership of the Daily Caller when he became the Fox full time, because I think it may be a conflict of interest, perhaps, maybe.
Fox probably required him not to own any other media companies.
Yeah. So, but anyway, I remember he was. I'm like, Tuck, you're in the car today. Where are you going? He's like, yeah, I'm going to this meeting with some some people. We're tossing around this new daily website called the Daily Caller. It's going to be like good for news and stuff. I mean, I think the Daily Caller has gone on to be very successful, has it not?
Yeah.
I mean, what's it worth? Hey, Alexa, how much is the Daily Caller worth?
From nabuzz.com. They have an estimated net worth of $13.5 million.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, but they probably cost $200,000 to get it going off the ground. I mean, right?
Yeah, I mean, not terrible.
So here's Theo Von talking to Tucker Carlson about like a Nicorette-based gum or vape deal or something that gives you good erections.
Really?
Yes. Once you try this, you're going to get a lot richer.
Zyn? Is that their advertising campaign?
Zyn is not a sin. That's the advertising campaign.
Really?
Yeah, but the truth is Zyn is a powerful work enhancer and also a male enhancer, if you know what I mean.
Really?
Yeah.
Talking erection, huh?
Yep. There's no election fraud with Zyn.
Wow. Yeah. I don't know if I want a Zyn-supported wiener, I don't know.
I think you do.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because you want people to get addicted to it.
Just close your eyes.
Oh, damn.
It's like that.
That's a neighbor.
And let me, that's the kind of things we used to say to him about when we used to talk to him about Cialis, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Saying, hey, it's real quiet over
Let me actually, you know what? Maybe you and Rhett can do a global and see if me and Tucker ever talked about like Cialis or erections.
Okay.
There.
Just whack it on the nightstand.
How old is this? Is this recent?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's like 2 days old.
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry.
Dude, I would hate to have a real long wiener if you have a cat. That would be the fuck. That would be the fuck.
It'd be dangerous.
It would be dangerous.
Talking about a cat toy.
I got it.
Oh, yeah. But you'd have to put a little bell at the end of it or something.
You would. And a feather.
Yeah.
I got to think Tucker's running so loose now that he finally would do the show.
I don't see why not.
Nice to meet you, man. We never met.
Yeah, I mean, like, I got to think I would do as good of an interview as Theo Von, especially with Tucker, right? And there's so
You
much.
do a
to
better
do.
video interview than Theo Von. He didn't know how to roll with that right there. You would have rolled with Tucker a little better.
Did you hear my Tech 9 interview yesterday?
No, I did not.
I thought it was pretty good.
Oh, it was awesome.
I thought it was pretty good. Anna, you
It
just
was fun.
you sat back and watched. Did you think it was pretty good?
Absolutely.
'Cause
And
this guy-
I enjoy watching people enjoy themselves talking to you. And he definitely did.
Thank you. I do got kind of a whole different style than most. Kind of more of a jovial, cynical, smart
It's
ass.
less clinical, which is nice.
Yes. Less clinical and more cynical.
You're way more comfortable than Theo Von looked uncomfortable in that interview. He doesn't
That's
look.
his shtick.
He doesn't. Yeah, but is it? Or is
Yeah.
he just going with the fact that
I watch
he's
a lot of Theo. That's
He's
his
not a
standard.
really good interviewer at all.
But
Like I haven't seen
but
a
that's
Theo
why it's
Von
funny.
interview, but it's not. But I haven't seen
All
a
right,
Theo
that's
Von
your
interview where it's like, oh, because it's not intentional. That's it. He's leaning into the fact that he's not a good interviewer. Okay,
That's
if
part of
that's
the
his-
shtick.
That's his
Yeah.
entire gimmick.
Okay,
bro. Like
but-
everything.
Awkward kind of
Everything.
take from Louisiana.
Look at me. I'm not good at heavy machinery operation. I'm not terrible at it, but I'm not good at it. So watch a video of me doing it, and I'll lean into the fact that I'm not good. I'm mediocre at it.
Okay,
I mean, it's just
Brian, you don't have to love the guy.
Hold on, I'll
He's
tell you
doing
this.
well, though.
I don't care how he's doing. He's doing well. That doesn't say anything. American people are morons.
Listen, here's what's going to be interesting is that you guys have all seen me do interviews in the way that I'm accustomed to doing interviews, which is either like a Zoom or in studio, but with this type of configuration. I'm interested as to when we finally get our podcasting world set up, how I do one-on-one, because I've never done that before. I've never done that type of interview.
Well, you
before.
did Dion one-on-one.
What do you mean?
It was just you and Dion.
No, but I'm talking about like sitting in a chair next to the
face
guy.
to face.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Seeing the person.
I got you. I
like,
got you.
You know, like the configuration that Theo and Tucker had. You know, like two chairs, a couple microphones. You're looking at each other. That's kind of what we're looking for with our podcasting set. That's we're gonna get done probably shortly thereafter BARP, but we're gonna have that capability.
Would you be less comfortable doing that?
I don't know.
I think you would be. It's not your typical
it's not.
environment.
It's not, but it might be good.
Oh, no doubt. I don't think it would be bad.
I mean,
I just think you like it when you're in your environment.
Cocoon. My cocoon.
I've only seen you interviewed face to face. I haven't seen you really interview somebody face to face like that, one on one. And in the interviews, you seem a little bit different. Like you're not quite yourself. And
Not quite
I
as
want,
comfortable.
yeah, but I think it's because you're being interviewed more so than you're the interviewer. But it would be interesting to see.
It usually turns, though. At some point, you start asking them questions.
Yeah.
Like with Danny Jones.
Yeah, exactly. Or even
I'm taking over.
Or even
bitch.
Howard.
Yeah.
Like
Which is funny too.
It's going to be interesting when we get that configuration, and I finally have a guest. Like for instance, Lummy, if we were to have that configuration done by the time we have Paul from OCC, that would be a guy. But I mean, we're not going to have it done by then. But that would be. I'm going to start doing more of those, like sit down, face to face type interviews. I think that will be kind of cool.
Yeah,
I think. Hope so. Thinking.
I think so. A lot.
Now here's what I don't understand. These are, I don't know why these agencies, listen, I have been to these sort of places out of state. One time, Lummy, when we were doing Hartford, me and Brent and Ned, like Bob, Manson's father-in-law, who Ned was based off of, me, him, and Brent went into this
relaxation spa.
Yeah, went into this, happy ending.
Oh.
We went in Hartford. We went into one of these happy ending places. So I've been in one of them, and I could never go to one because I'm in fear that the day that I go there is the day the county police are doing the sting, right? So I would be so nervous. So, but I also think it's a very victimless crime, and I also think that they're using this human sex trafficking thing just to basically bust prostitution.
Well, it's the catchword. It's the sexy thing. Prove that there was actual human trafficking going on there. Prove that somebody was there against their will, had their passport taken, was not
lived in in shackles until they were sent home,
was controlled completely by the person that's making them work there. Prove that, and then you can say that you busted human trafficking. Don't do that, and all you can say is that you're harassing sex workers and adults that are engaging in a harmless consensual activity.
All right, let me hear you. I don't know if this is a news story or this is just showing some of the
crime scene.
Oh, it looks like a pretty nice place.
Oh, they had a sign too about human trafficking.
The news story with no audio is a new thing, huh?
Yeah.
New Proactive Clean, an acne routine for sensitive skin. Dermatologists developed and tested.
Give me the skip. Give me the skip. Don't make me sit through. I hate you, Proactive.
You're not even a sponsor. I mean, I love you, Proactive. Proactive. Use the code BUBBA'S.
BUBBA'S.
He's just on one today, is he not?
Yes, he is.
He's just like...
He said he was killing it like 12 minutes ago.
Hold on.
That was 12 minutes ago.
He said he was killing it?
No, you did.
Oh, sorry.
You said that when he started naming all the
that
songs.
was 12 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was 12.
He's been
There you
off the
go.
mic for 2 years.
Operations in Manatee County led to 17 arrests. Operation Refuge targeted prostitution, human trafficking, and men seeking
Is that your
sex
type,
with
Bubba?
minors.
News Channel 8's
Very
Allison
much
Tibbs
so.
is at the Sheriff's
Very much
Office
so.
headquarters. She has more on this.
2 of the latest undercover
Not your
operations
type.
happened just last week. The sheriff
just
here
want to
says
be-
these types of crimes are extremely prevalent and
I just want to see if this is just, regular dude trying to get a happy ending and regular chick trying to give him what he wants.
Yeah, I want to hear about the underage girl that was there that shouldn't have been there, or the woman who was truly there against her will and was being trafficked.
Because the title says 17 arrested, massage businesses raided in Manatee County, human trafficking bust deputies. So you're right, Brian. I want to see these women that are being held against their will and, locked up, if you will, and don't want to be here doing this. Now, that's the true definition of human trafficking. Let's see if any of that exists here. Or it's just guy trying to get a happy ending from, Mama San for $86.
something everyone should be aware of, especially parents. Operation Refuge began several months ago,
Hold on.
ending with 17 arrests and the
Parents? What do parents have?
Because the underage girls are getting lured into it. And
okay.
if that's the case, then this is a legitimate bust.
You're right, Brian. I completely agree with you. If that's the case, but let's see if it's the case.
Recovery of one human trafficking victim. Deputies served 3 search warrants at local massage parlors accused of conducting illegal activities. Sheriff Rick Wells says his goal is to shut them down. Just last week, online advertisements for sex with minors pulled in nearly 200 inquiries. The sheriff says many of the men got spooked when they wouldn't provide photos of the girls they were supposed to meet.
But 6 predators did respond and show up to the location here in Manatee County.
And again,
that's totally different
that's
than
John.
a massage parlor getting busted in the middle of the day.
That is
randomly.
You just picked up six Johns, right? That's what we got here.
That's
we
not.
got
No. They were trying to engage in
Underage
sex with
girls.
underage girls.
Oh, okay. Then you got
those are sexual predators.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Oops,
Yeah.
rewind.
Those are
the
some
worst.
real sick son of a bitches that had the mindset of having sex with an underage girl. Those bitches, those guys, if you will, need to be shackled immediately.
Sex with a minor. They traveled as far as from Northport, Tampa, and also locally.
The video you see here captures some of those arrests. The 6 men
Is that
charged
Spanish?
range in age
Watch.
from 21 to
just
44
go through a
years
breakup.
old. And we're told none of them have a prior criminal history. Also part of the operation last week was an undercover prostitution bust. In all, 10 women were arrested at a local hotel. The sheriff's message to parents across the area.
Oh, Rat.
Keep a close eye on your children's activity
Rat. I got
online.
something for you, Rat. Got something for you
10
right
women
there.
were arrested
Oh, I
at a
like
local
that.
Right there,
hotel.
Rat. Rat. That's you. That's like Brian
Look at
Knobs
that.
in handcuffs.
She's got a C cup on her back. That is amazing.
Look at what
Sheriff's
the
message to
headboard
parents
said.
What's that?
Look at what the headboard said.
What did it say?
Sleep with
Across the area,
Dream big.
told none of them have a prior criminal
Dream
history.
big.
Also part of the operation last week was an undercover prostitution bust. In all, 10 women were arrested at a local hotel.
Dream big.
The sheriff's
Real
message
big.
to parents across the area: keep a close eye on your children's
bitch is
activity
tall as hell.
online.
Their cell phones, their computers, you got to be paying attention because these predators are out there and they are waiting.
Now, hold on.
And they will
Hold
pounce
on.
on anything.
How many of those women were trafficked? Because they didn't. They just said they busted 10 chicks that were trying to throw out some ass. They didn't say the headlines read, "We got some human trafficking going on here." Now the 6 guys at the front, those are all sick bastards trying to have sex with kids. They're done, out of here.
Totally different than this bust.
They can if they think they have an opportunity.
The sheriff says tips from the public always help in these cases. Anyone with information is urged to call the Manatee County Sheriff's Office or Crime Stoppers. Reporting in Manatee County, Allison Henning, 8 on your side.
Completely clickbait.
Brand new from
Completely
Proactive.
100% clickbait.
Yep.
It says one victim revealed that they were being human trafficked.
One.
I would reveal that too if I thought it would get me out of the charge.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Oh, come on, you stupid ass piece of...
Bubba the Love Sponge lives because a dirty mind is a terrible thing to waste. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
You just give one of your friends fucking information.
Bubba, I had a conversation with a source yesterday at the jiu-jitsu gym who worked at security at Prana, which is one of the clubs in Ybor when the shooting happened, and he's saying that they're lying about the numbers. I don't know.
What do you
He's
mean?
telling the truth and whatnot. He said it was 7 dead, 30 shot.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know how you can lie about the numbers because guess what? The family members of the people
come
that
out.
were dead
That's what
would
I
come
said.
out. It's impossible.
Well, he said he also worked Halloween night, which was like 2 days after the shooting, and he was talking to the cops that were there, and they were saying that there were 7 dead bodies.
Okay.
And when he walked outside, he saw 3 people on the ground dead. That's again.
Well, there were 18 victims. There was 2 dead. Maybe the third person was alive.
I was like, that's what I was saying. I was like, did they
Yeah.
die? But he was like,
Yeah.
I don't know who's telling the truth, but
Yeah.
all I know is he said that they flubbed the numbers because they're trying to protect business. And by the way, I was in Ybor last night, and business is fine, which is fucking weird.
Which they're shutting it down at 1 o'clock.
You go out clubbing on.
No, I was
Thursday?
visiting a friend. It was,
But you
I
close
was
it
mad
out.
that I was like, why are you Ybor? But they're visiting from Philly, so.
Yeah, Philly. I mean, Ybor is as close to Philly as you can get in terms of the homey feel.
Yeah, and they lived in Ybor, moved to Philly.
Oh,
and then
okay.
was
I thought they were
visiting.
from Philly. Visiting.
No. They lived here for years, yeah.
Or it's a little safer than Philly.
Yeah,
What,
Philly's
Ybor?
way worse.
Yeah, Philadelphia.
Now that it closes at 1 for 6 months, that's
Although we're getting to the time of the year where Philly doesn't smell like hot urine, it just smells like frozen urine. So that's good.
Less putrid.
Less putrid, yeah.
Brian loves Philly.
Oh, it's just such a
I've never
nasty
been, and I
city
never wanna go.
with nasty people. It's just not fun. It's just not fun. I've been twice. Like the fact that our nation has history there is depressing.
That's what sucks because that's one of
Yeah, the Liberty Bell and all that shit. Yeah, yeah.
Have you ever been?
I have, but
Well,
Mommy hasn't.
Now I
Me
want to,
neither.
but now I don't want to.
I understand.
The history.
Oh, I lived in Philadelphia. It's a fucking shithole.
Couldn't even get pussy.
Hold on. I lived in Philadelphia, and it was the only town that I ever lived in that I never got any pussy in. I never got any pussy in Philly.
That sounds like it was more like your choice.
No.
He was trying.
You were trying?
I'm always trying to get pussy.
You did stank pussy and Philly pussy?
Mhm.
Chili, what is it? Cheesesteak pussy?
You went to the Cyndi Lauper concert. You went to Madonna. Couldn't get laid by any '80s stars.
Dual Bet Midler.
Bet. Would you do it? Bet.
Bet on that.
Mad
I
Dog
bet
is
on
such a
that.
coward. He talked.
Wind beneath my wings, motherfucker.
Ben Franklin is rolling in his grave.
He died of syphilis.
He wanted the turkey to be our national bird instead of the bald eagle.
That little fucking syphilis infested.
What an idiot.
Because the turkey is a noble bird that is symbolic of America. Yeah, weak, dumb, and easy to stuff.
Delicious.
Delicious. I don't know, but bald eagle might taste even better. We don't know.
We don't know. You're right.
Can't eat them.
Can't eat them.
Protected class.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, that rabbi is a woman with a beard. Just letting you know. I was very confused when I saw its face.
Holyoke Joe says good morning.
Good morning, Holyoke Joe.
Encuentra ofertas para tu lista.
Benjamin
City
is there.
Furniture's Season of Savings. Con hasta un 20%
Yeah, New Orleans smells bad, but it's a mixture of beer and vomit and piss. Philly is just piss.
But in Nola, you have beignets. Is that how it all?
Philly has cheese.
Todo a un precio insuperable.
Tortilla.
City Furniture. Todo lo que necesitas para tu
When I had them back in the day, yeah, they were
in Philly.
They were fucking amazing. Yeah, like it's amazing. It's just greasy, you know. I mean,
Is that the thing they say with wit or with like wit?
Cheese whiz?
Yeah, like it's called wit.
Whiz.
No, I know it's whiz, but don't they say wit or no wit or something? Isn't that a thing?
I don't know the lingo, the Philly lingo. You have friends that live there. You should ask them. Next time, tomorrow, tonight when you're down in Ybor, partying it up with
I was
them,
not partying it up.
raving.
I was so tired. I was quite lame. I felt bad.
I mean, you're in the middle of a fucking work week.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no reason to feel bad.
And I
why
didn't
would
go
you? Why
home.
would you do that to yourself?
No, I just felt bad
feel guilt. Why?
Because
That's
I wanted
irrational.
to be a bit more upbeat.
But it's in the middle of a work week.
I know.
Why would you put that on
It's
yourself?
just due guilt. It's just the thing we have.
Yeah,
We just feel bad all the time.
Yeah, that's a terrible way to live.
Well, it's
Like
in
they
my
shouldn't
DNA.
feel bad for putting you out.
No,
for making
they
you
weren't
come
mad.
out.
They were like, stay
That's
out
what I'm
longer. They
saying.
were cool,
Okay.
but I
Yeah.
wanted to see them. And it would
Yeah.
be shitty if I was just like, yeah,
You
I'm here,
saw
but
'em.
fuck you. I did. Yeah. I just,
I think you wish you could have had more fun, is what it is. I
Yeah.
don't think you feel bad for not. I think you wish you could have had more. I think that's a better perspective.
I feel bad that like maybe I wasn't as fun for them. If that makes sense. Like, I don't care about me. I just feel bad.
Do they
that,
keep you around because you're fun? Because I don't think anybody's ever done that before.
Yeah.
Let's invite Anna. She's a blast.
No, let's invite Anna so she can be nosy and poke around all of our shit.
It's like
and
Debbie Downer. That Saturday Night Live skit.
I'm actually really fun. I think.
Okay.
Maybe not.
I don't know. I haven't hung out with you in a social setting, so I can't speak to that.
Right. I'm sure he's still out.
I have seen Theo Vaughn.
I've got an idea. Time to man up.
I gotta poop so bad.
Man up and be brutally honest.
And you're calling me crazy?
Or I'm gonna kill you. We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
That's John Costica. I think maybe P1 for the year. I don't know. Yeah. Some big heavy hitters out there. $100 on PayPal just now. Woo! Thank you so much. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army.
We pulled the nose up today. Thank you guys.
Now, are you going to stick around for the after show?
Do you want me to?
Yes, I do.
Sassoon?
I do want you to because I want to go sports.
Oh, there's
I thought it was Bubba Sassoon.
Well, we got Brian in. We're gonna have to do that by Tuesday.
We're not going to do. Yeah, we'll do Bubba Sassoon on Tuesday.
Okay.
So I'm thinking sports because one I haven't had. You've missed a few weeks.
Well, and I was dying to call in. You guys were talking about Green Bay and everything yesterday.
No, let's talk about them today.
I know, but did you guys have the phones muted? Or?
Yeah, I got them all.
That's annoying. Because is there a way to do that without shutting down the warm line?
Nope.
At least?
No.
You guys
No.
suck.
All or nothing.
Just text me.
I'm
or Lummi.
I'm driving though. I'm not sitting there like wanting to text. I'm driving. Like that's the whole thing.
Sorry, bitch.
I know. It's okay.
We could hook up another extension for the hotline. That's probably a good idea.
Okay.
I didn't think about that. Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
It doesn't busy all. There you go. It's for Brian to shoehorn himself in on some schmarminess. But Anna, that is going to, being a sport, we have an agreement. Since it's going to be all sports, you got to leave.
Yes.
I mean, are you okay with that?
Does it matter?
Well, yes, because you know that I never go against my word on that. Like, we don't start getting into Israel and Gaza, Hamas, and all that cool stuff.
Yeah, last time I did double check.
My wife's boss is over there. She just reported back to her on.
Now,
what's
when you
going on.
say over there, you got to
Israel.
It's important when you say over there, Brian. It's kind of important that you tell us what part over there.
Israel.
Okay, so she's in Israel. What part of Israel? Tel Aviv?
I don't. I think it's in. It's not in Tel Aviv, but it's in not too far from it.
And does she feel safe? Is she an American?
So she sent this to.
Is she an American?
She's Israeli born, Israeli military trained, moved to America, has a family, is a successful executive here. Flew back to Israel because she felt helpless and wanted to be by her sister and see what she could go there to do to help.
But has a family here.
Has 2 kids and a husband here.
All right. So she's like, I
stayed back.
I need to go back and be with my family to try to maybe navigate them here.
No,
just protect them.
Just to be there for her and see what she can do to help out while because everybody's suffering.
Well, they're going to give her a gun and tell her to go shoot, aren't they?
I don't know if she's past that. I think she's past that age. I don't know.
All right. So what kind of reports is she giving back to your wife?
That so she says the soldier morale is high. They feel like they're fighting for everybody who died across the country. We had a hard day of fighting yesterday with 17 soldiers killed. The oldest soldier killed was 22. There is a constant feeling of waiting for the next shoe to drop. There are incidents all over the country of terrorists infiltrating still and causing harm. Today, they killed a citizen while he was driving to work. So they're in amongst the Israelis. They've infiltrated. They're sneaking in, and individual terrorists are pulling off daily terrorist attacks within Israel. She goes, they're still loose on the policy with their policy and soldiers hunting them down within Israel. The citizens are instructed to stay inside their house and lock the doors and report anything that they see suspicious. Everyone has been missing a piece of their soul since October 7th. This is like worse than their 9/11, right?
Yes, statistics-wise, yeah.
Well, statistically, yeah, it's the number of people.
It would have been
almost
like
everybody
44,000 Americans died on 9/11.
She says
equivalent.
She says it's being expressed with an outpouring of patriotism around the country. Flags are everywhere, but also with the way people are dealing with each other. She's like, simple questions of "How are you?" are garnering much different responses than before.
So does everybody's uptight? Nobody's friendly?
No. She's saying the opposite. Everybody's embracing each other.
Oh, okay. So they
like, how are you doing is like a deeper question than just like, hey, how's it going?
Okay, so like people are genuinely those that are in that are in Israel entrenched they're genuinely concerned for each other.
Right, and she says where she's staying with her sister, they continue to have multiple sirens running to the bomb shelter. They only have 90 seconds to get there. Your heart is beating so fast. Then you hear a loud sound whooshing by, which is the Iron Dome. And then you hear, so she is really close to Tel Aviv, I guess, because she's near the Iron Dome.
So you hear the Iron Dome, going above head because it's going going after an incoming rocket.
And she says, and then you hear the contact with the missile, and it is so loud. Depending on how close to you, the ground shakes. She's working, so she's volunteering, working in a field on a farm to help out. That's what she's trying to keep their livelihood going. So there's a family nearby that runs a farm. There's normally full of people working there, but they've all been called to military duty. So
is she?
So
So
the
by
way she's
working the
helping
farm,
is by
can she
working
get?
the farm.
And then she probably gets stuff from the farm to feed her family.
Well,
you think it's that bad?
No, she's just volunteering to keep this farm in business.
Because everyone that worked there had to go into the army.
They're all into the forces. So it's kind of like what happened in World War II when all the men got out and all the women went to
What I'm
work.
saying is, like, how are they able to produce food and get food from point A to point B, and that involves trucking and things like that?
Well,
like, I mean,
this
like,
is how. Like she said tonight, I worked a full day. She goes, I'm old. This is hard work, but I'm going back at it again tomorrow. Tonight we delivered food to the soldiers, directly to the soldiers.
That woman here who's lives in Tampa, has a family, all American Willie. She could. I mean, what if Hamas unlaunches a Sidewinder into the?
She could easily. She went into a freaking war zone.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Not only in a war zone, but delivering food to the troops that are fighting within said war zone.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Literally delivering food.
Dear Brian's wife's friend,
Boss,
get your ass home.
She's helping. She's helping the cause.
Yeah, she could end up dying.
It's something that she decided she's willing to die for.
And her staff make a significant amount of money between 1 a.m.
Huh?
and 3 a.m., forcing her business to close early.
Oh, it's a Tampa.
Well, this is the Ybor deal here.
Time we make our money.
Let's watch this.
That
though.
bitch don't give an F. She just wants to make her money.
Proposing a plan to shut down all businesses in Ybor City at 1 a.m. to prevent violence.
Yeah, this idea comes
That's
less than a
brilliant.
week after
So because we don't have the ability to have effective policing.
Well,
we're going to.
There were like 50 police down there.
I mean,
we're gonna take 2 hours. By the way, I used to own a place in Ybor, and you make the majority of your money from midnight to 2:45.
And when do you think the majority of the crimes are committed?
I don't care. I'm talking about the majority of your money is made from 12 till 2:45. That's where people drink the most, buy the most, consume the most.
All those pizza shops, all those restaurants.
All of them.
Yep.
If you close at 1 o'clock, it's going to absolutely destroy Ybor.
That's probably what they want to do at this point.
To do what?
To not have it be become a violent area.
What, open up condos in there? Do what? Like, I mean, what about people that have spent their life savings on
gentrification, man?
Well, technically, Brian's the guy that's down there doing Gas X and the 300, 400 apartments that he's building said that he kind of wants to make Ybor Strip more of restaurants, like a destination for higher end.
You mean like less nightclubs and more restaurants?
They would like for it to be something like Franklin Street or that part of town.
Yeah.
Where you have, Boulons and all these other nice restaurants that want to be down there and not just these bars.
Yep.
Well,
but I do think that
takes a long time to do, though.
Well, but the reason this is a push now, though, is because there are a lot of people have purchased, a lot of wealthy people have purchased big tracts of land in Ybor and are waiting to develop it, and this is a problem for them because you have people getting murdered at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. in the morning.
Right in front of Bubba's Beach Club, too. Did you know that? Literally right in front of it. Right in front of Bubba's Beach Club.
They even mentioned that on the news.
Yeah.
Did they really?
The form.
Shut up, bitches. Everybody just shut up. I can't wait for the show to be over.
Oh, don't be
Gwen
like
Henderson
that.
is proposing a plan to shut down all businesses in Ybor City at 1 a.m. to prevent violence.
Yeah, this idea comes less than a week after a mass shooting in Ybor City that left 2 people dead and 16 others injured. But some business owners...
What I heard.
Whose idea is this?
Jane Castor in the council.
Jesus, Jane Castor's the worst mayor we've ever had.
Well, let's be clear. This isn't Jane Castor and the city council's idea. This is the idea of the wealthy landowners that are promising money to Jane Castor and the city council.
Yes.
That's
whose idea it is.
Say that's a bad idea.
It's a
Jeff
bad
Patterson
idea.
joins us now in Ybor City with the latest on the
God,
story.
Jeff's getting old as hell.
Good evening, Josh and Stacy. Well, there have been curfews in Ybor City before. The last one was deemed unconstitutional in 2015. But Tampa Mayor Jane Castor and Police Chief Lee Burkhoff say they favored this plan in order to keep Ybor City safe.
This is not the image of Ybor City that the mayor and business owners want the public to think about when they think of Ybor City. An image of a mass shooting in the street just before 3 a.m. this weekend. Now the city is considering forcing all businesses in Ybor City before 3 a.m. this weekend.
Is that a condom? Right there?
Maybe.
So,
I mean, he might
shower cap or a mask.
I mean, what?
Sorry, Jane Castor with the gun thing says that it's a symptom of irresponsible gun ownerships, and the people that own the guns need to know how to use them and control themselves. And it came out that both firearms used in it were stolen. And so
and the 14-year-old had a gun that flashed at the one that died.
Let me just tell you this, okay? We can cut this however way you want to. You'd never see this happening in Polk County.
No.
I'm just telling you that right now.
Now the city is considering forcing all businesses in Ybor City to close at 1 a.m. to deal with the violence.
We're looking into the legality.
Jesus, look at that old
Would that just
bag.
front load the drinking and the crime?
I mean, Tampa's a pretty good city overall. I'm not going to, trash our local government because it's
look at her.
Legal issues
well, you can trash her, but I mean, the city of Tampa itself is not bad.
career-long politician.
She is.
Well,
I
she
thought
was a
police
she was a
chief.
police chief, dude.
Yeah.
That's not a politician.
Horrible.
And that's something
let him
that
have it.
we have tried a lot of approaches to Ybor City as it grows and prospers through the.
I need to be the next mayor of
do.
Tampa. I
I'd
really
vote
do.
for you.
I need to be the mayor.
Would you go independent or?
No, I'd go probably Democratic.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, just go whichever way.
Bubba
Like, Mr.
Exotic.
Clem, you are a Republican. Yeah, well, now I'm a Democrat. And I'm really not a Democrat. That's what's going to probably take to win this.
Oh, you got to be a Democrat if you're.
I got to be a Democrat.
Yeah.
That's what my guy over there said. Mr. Clem said he needs to be a Democrat. You can be on my camp. You can be one of my spin doctors, Brian. Okay.
I'd be a good campaign manager for you.
Tampa Mayor Jane Castor, who once patrolled Ybor City as a police officer, says having businesses close at 1 a.m. will be just one part of the city's response.
Man, I'd say, listen, you know what? Hey, I'm Mayor Clem here. We're not shutting down Ybor anything soon, but we are going to have a Mayor Giuliani type stop and frisk policy. And there you go.
You're going to stop and frisk.
Everybody.
Everybody?
Mm-hmm. Whites, blacks, fat, skinny, tall, short, men, women's. We're stopping and frisking.
Yep.
I mean, Brian, is it illegal to stop and frisk?
Stop and frisk in and of itself is not illegal. There's just certain parameters that you have to follow, and this is my recollection. But stop and frisk in and of itself, it's just like a DUI checkpoint. Is DUI checkpoints aren't illegal, and it's the same idea.
Stop and frisk, that would stop all of it. You pull over a little third.
The problem is that they profile.
That's all right.
You know,
and I'll say, stop and frisk, no profiling.
He'll do it blindfolded.
Stop and frisk, no profiling.
Get over here. I'm going to take all the ladies.
You're definitely a black guy.
Lummy, you get all the dudes. I'm going to take all the ladies.
Anna, you get all the Israelites.
You're my deputy mayor.
Honey, you get the Jewish people.
What?
Rhett, you get the big black girls.
Wait, this guy's hog is not circumcised. Anna,
shut up.
Recent mass shooting.
There are a number of avenues that we can take to ensuring
She looks like Big
that
Bird.
Ybor City remains
Doesn't she?
the safe destination that it is.
But bar owners we spoke with are not in favor of the plan.
I mean, that'll make a big difference on us, a big difference as far as our income, our staff, our labor.
I'm telling you, man.
She already can't afford to replace those fake eyelashes that are clumped together.
You make the most of your money in Ybor in that 2 hour and 45-minute window from midnight to 2:45. You have to be lights go on at 2:50. Bar has to be cleared out by 3.
It'll affect us.
Kalia McDuffie owns 7th and Grove in Ybor City and says she and her staff make a significant amount of money between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.
Ah!
Yep, what'd you say?
What'd I say, Brian?
Nailed
it. You nailed it.
Forcing her business to close early would hurt.
That's a large time we make our money.
Hey, you get her behind it. They can't close it down.
Why did you say that?
Because she's just a really cool girl.
Oh. Profits, the later it gets. Mayor Jane Castor says she's willing to talk to business owners to figure out a plan.
Yeah, Jane Castor. Boo. I don't like her one bit.
Nope.
What specifically?
A lot.
Where do I start?
I don't know.
Mr. President, oh my.
Here's somebody who's catcalling press.
Yeah, somebody.
Mr. President, if you care about Jewish people, as a rabbi, I need you to call for a ceasefire right now.
That bitch got booed.
Mr. President, if you care about Jewish people, as a rabbi, I need
If you care about Jewish people, did she say as a black guy?
As a rabbi.
As a rabbi. I'm sorry.
She might as well.
I mean,
she's
might
a
as well.
woman with a beard.
I mean, a black
She might as well
guy,
be black.
a black guy and a rabbi, they have equal rights in my opinions, right?
Not really.
Rabbi, black guy, whatever.
Maybe you're both.
Mr. President, if you care about Jewish people, as a rabbi, I need you to call for a ceasefire right now.
See, now that's the problem with our country now. They automatically scream for you to get out. Get out!
Well, is that what
He
they were?
wasn't talking about that.
Were they there for that, or did she just
No,
inject herself into something?
The First Amendment, bitch.
So if somebody came into your studio right now, and
nobody's going to come in. I'm not. I don't have. It's not open to the public. It's not a public speaking event.
I don't know that was a public event per se.
He's speaking in
They
public.
may have been invited guests.
Whatever.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
What do you? Well, let me ask you a question before we go into words. What do you think we should be doing over there?
Oh man, it's complicated, right?
Okay, yeah, it is. So I want to know.
Well, listen, Hamas is definitely the enemy. They are definitely terrible, barbarian butchers. Period. Terrorists. You know, whatever you want to call them,
they are.
They are. Okay. The Israeli people suffered tremendously on October 7th. The Palestinians, many of which are children and not powerful, are caught in the middle of this. And for them, I feel terrible. This is not fun. It's not clean. War is never good. There's always victims. So we can sit here and say, oh, the victims of war. There's always victims of war. Every single war ever on both sides. Okay. And yes, one side is carrying more of the casualties on this, but that's the way it goes.
It's the way war is. War ain't pretty.
There's winners and there's losers. And
war ain't pretty, is it, buddy?
So
Totally.
I can feel tremendous sorrow and sadness and empathy, sympathy for the Palestinian people that are trapped in Gaza with nowhere to go. I think we should offer aid to get them out of there and get them somewhere else. That should be offered up. That any Palestinian that wants to leave will be assisted in leaving Gaza. Maybe do a 2-day ceasefire so that they can get out. I would support something. I mean, there's solutions that don't.
No surrounding country wants to take them.
But see, that's the problem, right? Egypt doesn't want them. Lebanon doesn't want them. Jordan doesn't want them. Iran.
Iran doesn't want them.
You can't send them to Iran.
It's kind of far.
Last place you want to send them.
But maybe you set up Palestinian refugees camps in Saudi Arabia or something like that, where the people that actually want to get out can get out and have a chance to save their kids. I mean, there's got to be a humanitarian solution side of this. Now, at the same time, we support Israel in the fight. Okay, they're our strategic ally. We
one of our strongest.
And
democracy, the only democracy.
And they're a democracy, and they were attacked. Period.
Right.
They didn't instigate this.
So I mean, like all indicators of helping somebody are there. You know, allied, strongest supporter. They have an organized government. You know, we've had a history of having their back. So we need to have their back, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. And but I think there's a way to do it that doesn't require the Palestinian people to suffer to the degree that they are and are going to continue to suffer.
Yeah, but inevitably, when we talk to honest friends over there, like people that live in Tel Aviv, they're like, even their mindset's like, we have to literally go door to door, and in the strip and find out who are Hamas and who are not, and kill everybody. That's the people that live over there.
They're telling them to evacuate, and many of the Hamas fighters are either blocking the roads or telling them to stay put. But they want as many casualties as possible.
They want that, and that's why you've got to figure out a way to get them to get the innocents out, and then it makes it a whole lot easier to kill who's left, and a whole lot more justifiable. A whole lot more justifiable when you've removed the people that want it out.
But don't people feel that they may not be able to get out, that they could get gunned down by Hamas as they're trying to get out?
Right.
Well, I mean, like that. There's that. So then they stay hunkered down, and then when the Israeli troops go throughout the city because they gave everybody a 2-week get out period, but you couldn't get out because you were scared to get out, so you might get
You're trapped.
The great news handed to you, and you are not trying to participate on Hamas at all.
It's one thing to say get out. That's easy to say. It's another thing to assist humanitarily in creating a refugee camp and getting refugees out of there safely.
So you think if America came up in a big-ass caravan of American Jeeps with American American support, American military, that if we came out and said, everybody meet us, for the next 5 days at high noon at this place, and we're taking you out of here, and you're going to be okay.
Many of them can't leave their homes. Or Hamas will take their IDs, they'll block the roads, they'll take their car keys. They want them to stay because Hamas hates Israel more than it loves its own people. Simple as that.
And they feel if the Israelis have to stay, then they're going to be a casualty just based on.
If the Gazans have to stay?
It's when martyrdom is a focal point of your belief system, it makes justifying this much easier for the Muslims, because they think, well, if you die, you die, but you're going up to Allah, and you're gonna have you're a martyr
virgins.
now. Yeah, you're a martyr now, so you're getting.
I do want those virgins. I want them bad. Don't you love me?
Oh yeah.
Don't we get like 47?
like 72 hot sluts?
I'd rather 72 hot
little sluts.
Yeah.
Why do you want some little
that doesn't know what they're
doing?
I want to start a religion called 72 hot little sluts.
There you go.
Everybody would join that one. Yeah. Lummy, when you die, what happens?
I get 72 hot sluts.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
I'm the bus lady. Hey, lady! I was so constipated I could hardly drive.
Sounds like you should call and tell Bubba all about it. It's the low-priced answer to a high-budget problem. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Because this is...
I'm going to talk about Howard next. I want to make it a standalone.
Crimes, but, hate crimes, it's worked in the past. But it's risen 400% over the
define a hate crime. What if you just
targeting somebody because of their
right
race, religion,
you
creed,
can say
origin?
whatever you want, and then
but it's pretty clear. We know when somebody is committing a hate crime. I mean, for the most part.
I understand, but for example, a lot of things get conflated where it's like, okay, what if they say they write "fuck Israel" on your house? Is that anti-Semitic or is that just anti-Israel? Because Israel's just a country.
Yeah.
So then it's then you get in the weeds of well, are you being
anti-Semitic? How about you not write "fuck Israel" on anybody's house?
Yeah, I gotta call right here.
Is that a hate crime?
Yeah, I would say right now it is. I don't think it's if you're vandalizing somebody's house, there's other ways to do political speech. If you're going to say it's political speech, There's legal ways
I
of
got a
doing
caller
political
ID here
speech.
now.
The second you start bringing vandalism in,
What about if you start, and you'll probably say no, but what if you start ripping down pictures of Israeli hostages? That's not, is that a hate crime?
it's not a hate crime.
Right. But some people would
if
say
you
it's
have,
anti-Semitic.
if you had a statute against that, if it was a crime to begin with, then it could be a crime.
Yeah, I got a caller ID here.
Right? So.
But you're talking about stamping out anti-Semitism, like not
through
everyone is
through criminal.
Okay, I mean, because not everyone's being violent.
No, you still have free speech, right? You're still allowed to hate people.
Yeah, openly.
But if you're committing a crime,
sure,
and the purpose of you committing the crime is your hate, then I think that there's something to
but
that.
can't you hate Israel? I mean, you can. Is that a hate crime if you're like, man, I really hate Iran.
Oh, wow.
I really hate Hamas.
Well,
nobody's.
But here's the thing: nobody who's committing crimes is writing "fuck Iran" when they.
But I'm just saying,
crime,
it has
right?
to. It would have to be
I understand,
a law
but-
that goes
but
across. What if you said
I
fuck
understand. I got a
Hamas?
caller ID here.
I don't know.
And
If you
it
wrote on
was.
someone's, I guess if you wrote on someone's house, it's vandalism.
And then that would
Yeah.
potentially be a hate crime because of what's going on. I mean, fuck Hamas, though.
I don't have a problem saying that.
Yeah.
I
got a caller ID here.
I don't have a problem with somebody saying fuck Israel. I have a problem with saying somebody committing a crime because what you're trying to do is instill fear, and it's more than just the crime itself. It's a larger message. Like it's one thing to have your car vandalized, but it's a whole nother thing to have your car vandalized and then be personally deeply attacked by that act. And that's the part
What
of
about
it.
people like in the streets, like in New York, when they would have the pro-Palestinian protesters? They had like swastikas written on them.
On themselves.
Yeah, it was like
Yeah.
a paper or something
Yeah,
like
I
that, where
mean-
he opened his jacket and there was a swastika.
Yeah.
It was like a protester, anti-protester deal.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's
is that a hate
no crime being committed.
Okay, I'm just that.
No, but what's
goal
the
is
hate
stamping out-
crime involves a crime.
I understand.
It's not the act itself of speech is not a crime.
I understand.
What is the crime? Then you look at it
But
from
you-
there.
when I
It's
was-
not to me. It's not super complicated.
I understand, but I'm just saying that you were trying to. We need to stamp out anti-Semitism, and I'm like, well, how do we do that? Because there's a lot of way to be anti-Semitic without committing a crime.
Right. But
you're saying you start.
You start there, right? That's your starting point. Is that we're going to teach it this is intolerable, and we're not going to put up with it, and there are consequences for it. And you know, these are generational things, though, right? These are things that once they become normalized, you know, it's an affront to us. And it's stupid, it's whatever, it's new, it's this, it's that. But over time, you normalize it. That's the idea behind it. These are generational solutions.
I understand.
And but people
Power
don't
pick,
like
hold on,
generational
never-
solutions. They like want something fixed this second, or let's not do it.
So is that what you do?
I'm gonna end it with this Howard. I'm gonna end it with this Howard talk. Let me hear me.
Yes.
Make that a standalone, Willie.
No problem. Don't rip. Someone try that.
And then Brian will start at 10:20 sharp.
10:20 sharp sounds good.
Anna, you can get out of here as fast as you can.
Is that an order or a suggestion?
Yes, direct order.
With the brainwashed kids, I know what you don't do is you don't, murder them. I mean,
Here
they're
or
saying the
in
Palestinian kids that have been brainwashed already. To hate the Israelis. I know that watching all their life demolish around them, they're not going to blame themselves. They're going to blame Israel. I mean, when you murder a terrorist, you create 3 more terrorists. And that's what ends up happening. But to me, this is, they are a government there. They have a system. They're poorly run and they are not well equipped and all of that, but...
Well equipped by Iran.
Well, yeah.
And all the
and Russia.
humanitarian money that they get, they use to build tunnels and
Russia.
bombs and missiles.
The money we give to Iran is to stop them from becoming a nuclear power. It's money well spent, in my opinion. I don't know how anything that I said was like liberal or political.
I think you're pretty much a communist.
Yeah, pretty much with what I said there.
Don't forget a socialist.
Yes.
Yeah, don't forget.
And a libtard.
And a fucking asshole.
And a
I'm
woke
guilty.
ass snowflake with fucking big teeth.
Guilty on all
Wait,
charges.
what are you talking about? You're
Well,
Yeah, well, that's plug and play for either one of you folks.
I am a liberal communist from California, so I know how it feels.
You're not even a real American.
That is also a fact.
Yeah. Like only somebody who's born in Indiana really is an American. That's like the heart of the country.
So. That's the heartland.
Like me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you. Perfect example.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot.
Guess what? Time for insults aplenty. And they're all from the heart.
Collateral damage of the truth.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
10:20. We'll be back. Me, Rhett, Lummy, and Brian Matroni. I'm just warning you. We're going to be very sports heavy. Lummy, I got Packers, Jim Harbaugh, the Texas Rangers, Tampa Bay Rays in the Franco situation, the Lightning, and Colorado. I got those. I think we can probably navigate through those.
A little bit of the Bucks.
A little bit of Bucks, but, the Bucks are like the Packers, a non-factor. They both suck.
But we're going to talk about the Packers.
But when the Bucks and the Packers play, it's going to be the who cares who wins game.
It's a hell of a week for football matchups, though. The 3 or 4 of the best matchups of the year this week.
Well, good. We'll talk about that. So, Lummy, in closing, I have to plead to Howard and say this. Howard, you can't get anybody at SiriusXM, even major personalities, to respect you and to play or to at least abide by the bet or rules that you have come up with. You and Mad Dog Russo had some kind of bet about the World Series, and if Russo lost the bet, he was going to have to walk in a bikini.
No, that wasn't his bet. So the setup is this: Russo went on the air and said when the Diamondbacks were down in their wild card series, or the division series rather, he said that he would retire if they came back from being down 3-1 against the Phillies.
Yeah.
And then he went back on and said, you know what? I will miss my son's first head coaching basketball game as a head coach if they come back to win. And then they did, and he welched on the bet. Then he went on Howard's show.
So two Welches. So Howard calls him out on the 2 Welch.
So he comes on to Howard's show to say, hey, help me out here. How can I make this right? Because I can't retire, and I'm not going to miss my son's game.
And you're the king of, men and how men think, and, this whole platform channel. You're kind of the god of this. So direct me how people won't hate me within our little world, right?
So Howard and him settled on the idea that Russo would walk a city block in an Arizona Diamondbacks bikini wearing a sandwich sign that said, I'm an idiot and a dope.
Right. So then he welched on that.
Yep.
And this is Howard pontificating, saying, I don't even know what to do. You asked me for help. I tried to help you, and you welched on it. Here's Howard.
Mad Dog is such a coward. He talks the talk but doesn't walk the walk. I think you should call him Chris Mad Fraud Russo. Mad Fraud. Mad Fraud. Oh, that's cold. We have with us Mad Fraud Russo. Oh, he would go nuts. I'm really fond of the guy, but he really fucked up.
But what do we do here?
I know. Well, I'm out of it. I don't care. He can do whatever he wants.
So anyway, Howard's disgusted with him because he asked Howard for his advice. Howard gave him his advice.
And it got good press. Everybody was like, you know what? It's not a bad idea.
It's got good press.
Yeah.
And hold on yards, it was anointed and thought of by Howard. Howard would have covered it, and you would have saved your ass with those hardworking men that like Howard, and that basically they hired you to be able to maintain and entertain. And this is my word to Howard. Howard, out of everybody that's left, out of everybody that works with you, there's only one radio guy. There's only one guy in the industry that still, literally respects you. I have so much respect for you and so much admiration for you and so much appreciation for you, and have continued that same theme until I'm no longer in radio. I'll never say a bad word about you. But, there's now your place. What are they going to do? They need to start worrying about what they're going to do post you and even present you. There's nobody on Sirius XM, including Chris Mad Dog Russo, that makes a difference. They need to start now with me and my show. And they're just going to have continue to be a bunch of Chris Mad Dog Russo sucks. And now you pissed off Howard. I know somebody that you could bring right on in that your audience loves, Howard, and that you could just pass the baton to. Boom, here's my guy. He's never said a bad word about me. He loves me. He's continued to praise me, and he's appreciative for the opportunity that I gave him. Boom, my audience knows him. I handpicked him back in 05, 06. I ain't got no problems with him. He's my buddy. I don't even Scott Greenstein, who hates me supposedly more than anything, can't. If you just talk about pure business, just the business of SiriusXM, they had the worst quarter in the history of the company, just released a couple days ago. They actually lost subscribers. They're down like 33%.
Their EPS, though, their earnings per share was up 18.3%.
Yeah, but
their stock shot up.
But they're losing subs, and they don't have a replacement for Howard. Period. So, I mean, we're plug and play, bitch. We're plug and play. And when he rides into the sunset, we'll do nothing but honor him. Hell, you can even still call it Howard 101. I'll take Mehmet and Nowicki and Gary and Sal and Richard. That's all I need. And we'll hybrid this bitch. Chris Mad Dog Russo. That should have right there showed you what your future outside of Howard is. Some welching little bitch. We'll be back at 10:20 with Brian. It's going to be a very sports-heavy show. Every place you got us now, Facebook, Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, Bubba Army Radio. We'll be back at 10:20. See you then.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummox,
co-host Anna Hummel,
co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council,
co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council,
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
Our